Yeah, I think now this is better. So yeah, I am Vyapak Desai. I'm a senior member of Nishit Desai Associates International Dispute and Investigations team, uh, based out of Mumbai. And possibly this is an historic day for Delos. I think Hafez would agree. This is the first time we are doing a physical or a hybrid session for ROAP Asia. This is the second ROAP Asia that we are doing this year, and we are already, planning for the third one, which would, I think, Julie will give more details later. So everyone know about Delos. I think it's one of the newest kid on the block, arbitral institution trying to do something uh, different, more particularly from uh, based on the experience sharing, and trying to develop systems and processes which would really help the businesses to do more efficient dispute resolution as we go forward. As part of this, I think one big demand across the ecosystem was oral advocacy program, particularly remote. And with COVID, we have seen this is even becoming more and more relevant. Uh, so when it came to Asia and India, I thought that was a perfect thing for all of us to support this program, and that's how it started last year between Swian and me as co-chairs to the ROAP Asia program. And this is, as I said, the second edition in running, and we'll go for the third edition very soon. And uh, what better, right? We have arbitrators who possibly, are even, busy enough. Even for the real arbitrators, it's difficult to get dates. I think we have Lucy, Sapna, and Nicholas. So over to you, Lucy, for the introductory remarks and going through the session. Thank you.
Thank you. Can everyone hear me? Yes. Line? Okay. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, and welcome all, both here and online. First and foremost, I want to thank you for selecting me as your dedicatee for this round of the ROAP program. As I said at the opening of my dedicatee lecture, this is the first time I've ever been a dedicatee, so I'm very honored, and thank you for giving me this. Second, and even more foremost, I want to give congratulations to the finalists on being the finalists, and I want to congratulate everyone in the program who finished such a difficult program. It's not so easy here. And I want to thank my co-arbitrators and my friends, Sapna, Jhangiani, QC, and Nick Lingard, FP. I think Nick deserves some initials, not being QC, so FP stands for former partner of mine. So thank you, Nick. And in my talk in May, I gave you, I remember, a list of 5 things never to do in oral advocacy, and one was, or maybe the first one was, never go over time. So I'm not going to go over my time. We're going to proceed, get right into the heart of this program. I give one health warning, which is that I want to remind everybody on the recording that nothing that counsel or experts say reflects their actual opinions or that of their law firms.
Pleasure, Lucy. It's both a privilege and a pleasure. Congratulations. I also commend all of those evidence and excellence. Well done to everyone in the work. It is a brilliant program. Congratulations again. We're going to start off with the cross-examination. All finalists for the examination of finals. We have counsel, Rebecca James from Rebranding in London, and we have Gabby Yo from for experts, we have who is senior in person, who's and we also have who is on advocacy. Without further ado, I shall hand
Thank you. We are going to resume the arbitration now in Golden Wattle Limited, the Hirota Tanaka, with the cross-examination on Ms. Mary Cohn. Over to you, counsel.
Apologies, Madam President. I think there might be a slight audio issue. Have we been invited to make a start?
Yes, you are invited to second cross-examination. Can you hear me?
I can now. Yes, sorry. It is a little patchy for both me and Miss Collins. I'm joining remotely, so we shall do our best. But if we have any issues, we will let you know throughout.
Thank you. We have to live with this in the remote world.
It's exactly the new modern reality post-COVID. Madam President, members of the Tribunal, thank you. And Miss Collins, welcome. Can you hear me, Miss Collins?
Yes, loud and clear.
Excellent. That is a very good start indeed. And you have a copy of your own report and that of Mr. Lowe in front of you?
Yes, I do.
Very good. And you have given expert evidence before, haven't you?
Yes, I have.
And so it will come as no surprise to you that I have a few questions for you today about your report. You've been instructed to do two things, is that right? To assess the value of Secura as of the 30th of June 2019, and also to assess the quantum of Golden Wattle's costs associated with the alleged breaches of the SPA. Is that right?
Yes.
And you have included at paragraphs 3.1 and 3.2 of your report that the deferred consideration for the value of Secura should not be paid because in your opinion the value of Secura was only 80 million. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct.
And additionally and separately, the claimant has incurred costs in the amount of 5.2 million on account of alleged breaches of the SPA.
Yes, that's correct.
And if the tribunal decides that key facts are not as set out in your factual summary in section 2 or elsewhere in your report, I assume that your conclusions might also change.
Yes, to the extent that the tribunal has a different finding on the facts I relied on, I will amend my valuation accordingly.
Thank you, Ms. Collins. Now, you and Mr. Lowe, the respondent's expert, do not see eye to eye on the choice of valuation methodology in this case, and I suggest we get right to the heart of those differences. An income approach was applied by Golden Wattle when it was deciding on the consideration to agree to for this sale, wasn't it?
Yes, that's correct.
For your client, their business leaders thought that an income approach would be suitable.
Yes, that's correct.
And Mr. Lowe, the respondent's expert, has concluded that the income approach is the most appropriate methodology for valuing Secura, correct?
Yes, that's what I understand he has done.
Thank you. So neither of the parties to the dispute at the time of the sale or the other expert in this case have seen fit to apply a market approach, have they?
Yes, they have not done a market approach.
But in contrast, you are an advocate of the market approach.
Yes, I have. And I set out my reasons in my report.
Yes, you do. And this approach entails performing evaluation by reference to identical or substantially similar comparable companies, doesn't it?
Yes, that's correct.
And so do you accept in principle that it would not be appropriate for you to have applied the market approach if there are not substantially similar assets or companies to Secura?
Yes, I agree.
And you would also accept in principle that it would not be appropriate to apply the market approach where there are few, if any, comparables, relevant market comparables.
Yes, I agree with that.
Thank you. Now, as of the valuation date, Secura had 63 physical stores across Japan, selling home furnishings and accessories, didn't it?
Yes, it did.
It was a family-owned private business.
Yes, it was. Yes.
And you were provided with historical financial information for the company Secura, weren't you?
Yes, I was.
And based on that historical financial information, you have acknowledged that the vast majority of Secura's sales from 2017 to 2019 were made to the older population, correct?
That is based on the analysis that I've made at 5.18.
Yes, that's right. And if you look at 5.18, you have a table which sets out the figures for the sales. And at the bottom of that table, it says the source is Secura Financial. So am I correct in understanding that the source for that table is the historical financial information provided to you?
Yes, that's correct.
Yes. And am I also correct in understanding that that information is the source of your understanding that the vast majority of sales were made in store rather than online?
No, that is a separate point, I believe.
Okay, could we turn to paragraph 5.5 of your report, which is on page 8?
Yes, I'm at 5.5.
Excellent. And if you look at the first two rows underneath the heading row, where it says physical store sales and online sales, and there is a specific split for each of those types of sales for each of the years 2017 through 2019. And again, at the bottom of this table, it says source Secura Financials. Am I correct in understanding that that information has been drawn from the historical financial information for Secura?
Yes.
Thank you. And in your report, you explain that you have identified a list of 11 listed Asian furniture retailers, which you have described as potentially comparable through your research.
Yes, that's correct.
And those companies are listed in paragraph 6.3 of your report.
Yes.
And there's a table set out there which includes a list of the names of the company, details on the last 3 years of revenue growth, and the EV/EBITDA multiple for those companies, which ranges from 8 to 27. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And for the simple lawyers like me at home, the higher the multiple, the higher the valuation, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Now, none of these companies listed were operating only in Japan, were they?
Typically, listed companies will have larger international exposure. So I haven't been able to find one that operates specifically in Japan. And therefore, I've tried to find those as close as comparable as to the other aspects of the Sakura business.
So the answer to my question as to whether any of these companies are operating only in Japan is no, isn't it?
No, you're absolutely correct.
That's right. And some of these companies, as you acknowledged, were operating more broadly internationally. None of these companies are family-owned businesses, are they?
No, they are listed companies.
some of these companies were operating online, whereas others were more reliant on physical stores.
Yes, that's correct.
And some of these companies were operating in different or additional sectors, for example, food and groceries, weren't they?
Yes, they were, but I've ensured that in identifying these comparables, a substantial part of their business is actually in the home furnishing industry.
And these companies, in any event, are the best comparators that you have been able to find. There are no other companies that you have found through your research.
I actually do have a larger list, but these are the ones that I found the most comparable.
Okay, so this is the best of the bunch, I understand. And I think, in fairness, you ultimately ruled out all of these companies as potential comparators, didn't you?
I did narrow down to 3 companies, of which I ultimately selected one.
And in paragraph 6.16 of your report, which is on page 14, if you'd like to look on the page with me, you have said that based on review of the operations of each of the companies, you have broken them down into 4 buckets. And you set out in each of the subparagraphs there, A, B, C, and D, what each of those buckets are. Now, on the categorization, do you have any particular expertise in the operations of companies in the home furnishing industry?
I do not have specific sector expertise. However, I've done valuation of companies that should not be substantially different from the valuation of other businesses.
Understood. But you're not an expert in branding or the assessment of the operations of these sorts of companies?
Not specifically.
No, so there's no particular science to how the companies have been categorized from a valuation perspective?
I disagree. So I've done it on the basis of reviewing the business descriptions, the annual reports, looking at the kind of exposure customers that they have, as well as looking at their growth profile to draw comparisons with Sakura.
Okay, so you've based it on the descriptions of the companies and their annual reports. I understand. And you concluded ultimately that Sakura is most similar to those in the first bucket, the low growth, struggling retailers, and narrowed down your potentially comparable multiples to just those 3 companies, S&L, P2, and Mary's, correct? Yes,
that's correct.
So to recap on the methodology to this point, you've done a search, you've ended up with more than 11 companies. You've selected the 11, which you think are most likely to be comparable or potentially comparable, and you've now narrowed it down to 3, yes?
Yes, that's correct.
And these 3 had an EV/EBITDA multiple range of 8 to 10, which is at the lower end of the range, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you have then, in paragraph 6.23 of your report, identified some differences with 2 of those companies, and as you mentioned, narrow the choice to ultimately just the one company, which you say is most comparable. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And you describe that one company as the most comparable company. Do you consider this to be a sufficiently comparable company? Sufficiently similar?
I do.
You do. You've okay. That is useful because you've not mentioned that in your report. Thank you. So let's take a look at the most comparable company you found. If we could go to paragraph 6.11, which is on page 13 of your report. You have explained that the company operates various retail stores which sell food and grocery products, as well as home furnishing. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And you have not explained the split between those different sources of business, presumably because you're not sure of the information.
No, the information would be available on his annual financial statements. I've ensured that the home furnishing is a substantial part of his business.
And yet this is a company that markets itself through its famously seductive "This is just food" advertisements campaign, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, well, reasonable minds may differ on how substantial the home furnishing business is, but I understand your view on that point. Presumably this is the only company you consider to be substantially similar to Secura.
Sorry, could you repeat the question, please?
Am I right in understanding that this is the only company identified that you consider to be substantially similar to Secura?
Well, I consider the 3 companies that I've narrowed down to be substantially similar, but I've considered SNL to be the most comparable, and that's why I've just relied on the multiple.
Well, I mean, as you just mentioned, you have adopted only SNL's multiple as your valuation multiple. That's mentioned in paragraph 6.24 of your report. Yes. So you haven't tried to take the average of the range of the EV/EBITDA multiples for the 3 companies, which is mentioned in paragraph 6.22 of your report, have you?
No, I've only I elected to use SNL's EV/EBITDA multiple only.
So for the purpose of your evaluation, if you're actually looking at which companies have been taken into account and traced through into the figures, 10 out of the 11 companies were ultimately irrelevant, weren't they? It was just this one company and its multiple that was taken into account.
I would say that the process actually does informs my decision. Reviewing all the 11 companies allows me to identify which one I think is most comparable, and therefore allow me to pick SNL as my final choice of the EV/EBITDA multiple.
But if to put it a different way, if any of these other companies were very comparable, you would presumably have taken their multiples into account in your valuation in some way, rather than just picking one at the lowest end of the range.
So I disagree. I think what I've done is essentially to have sufficient comparables to allow me to make a relative assessment in terms of which of the 11 companies that I have are most comparable.
Okay, and if we could go to paragraph 4.9, page 7 of your report. You said
Yes.
that, great, thank you. You said here that Secura has plenty of listed competitors that are very comparable. But I think we've just established, haven't we, that there are best case scenario 3 companies in this category, and actually probably only one. So is that what you meant by plenty?
I would say there's plenty of comparables in the market. However, due to the specifics of Sakura, I had to narrow down the list to find an EBITDA multiple that would most likely inform what is the market value of Sakura.
And in doing that, you've narrowed the list to you said yourself 3 companies, if not one. I'm asking a more simple question. Are you saying that that is plenty of very comparable companies?
I would say that when I was referring to plenty, I meant my initial list of 11 comparable companies that I was looking at.
The 11 potentially comparable companies. Okay, I understand. So I think what you're now saying is that they are not all very comparable, are they?
Yes.
Okay. And I understand your view is that there is at least one substantially similar company, but if the tribunal takes a different view on that point and determines that there are not any substantially similar companies, or at least not enough, you would accept that there would be no basis for the tribunal to accept your selection of the market approach as appropriate, correct?
Could I trouble you to repeat your question, please?
Of course. If the tribunal finds that there are not any substantially similar companies, or that there are not enough, do you agree that there would be no basis to accept a market approach?
Not necessarily. I think if the tribunal decides that my comparables are not sufficiently comparable, they can choose to direct me to adjust my approach. And what I can do actually is to make an evaluation based on an adjusted EV/EBITDA multiple to take into account the differences between the comparables that I have highlighted here, and ideally potentially adjust the multiple upwards or downwards to take into account the difference which they consider between the comparables that I've chosen as well as Sakura.
Yes, but we have also accepted that you shouldn't apply this approach at all if there are few, if any, comparables, correct?
Oh, but I do have 11 comparables. It's just that they might not be. Yeah, sorry.
I understand your view on that point. That's very helpful. I think we can move to the next topic, which is your application of the market approach. So you have said that this valuation has two components or variables: the maintainable level of earnings and the multiplier. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Great. And the maintainable earnings are the measure of expected earnings of a company from its ongoing operating activities, assessed as of the valuation date, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And your valuation is based on a maintainable EBITDA of approximately 10 million, is that right?
Yes, that is correct.
And you have arrived at that figure by taking the actual historical EBITDA of approximately 14 million for the year ending June 2019 and making various adjustments in the amount of 4 million.
Yes, that's correct.
And it's a basic principle that it would not be appropriate to make any adjustments based on future events or information which were not known as of the valuation date, isn't it?
To the extent that it's not known or could not be visibly foreseen as at the valuation date.
Reasonably foreseen. Okay, thank you for that. And apologies, Madam President, it's been brought to my attention on WhatsApp that you were trying to ask a question. I think there are a few audio questions. If you'd like to try again, I can pause. No, okay. I will try to notice more effectively, even if I can't hear next time. If we can turn to the adjustments that you've actually made then that have led to that total sum. If you can turn to, which you sort of summarize the various adjustments in paragraph 5.9 of your report on page 9.
Yes, so I've made an adjustment of 4 million based on 4 main categories. Shift of revenues from physical stores to online stores at 820 million. Sorry, I apologize, 820,000. Increase in the cost of returns due to the shift of from online sales from physical sales at 580,000. Cost of a rebranding exercise at 400,000, and the impact of COVID-19 of 2.2 million.
Thank you, that's clear. And we'll step through each of those in just a moment. But just before we do, you have acknowledged in your report that the store closures and the shift to online sales occurred in March 2020 because of restrictions imposed due to COVID-19 in Japan, haven't you?
Could you bring me to that paragraph, please?
Of course, let's step through a few of them. If we can go to paragraph 2.11 of your report, this is on page 4.
Yes, I see it.
As the COVID-19 pandemic unraveled, Sakura had to close all of its shops. And following the social restrictions introduced by the Japanese government and the impact of COVID, Sakura had to move to online sales. And if you read on to 2.12, and I won't read that out because not everyone needs to hear my voice all the time, but this talks about the period within which the website was developed, which again was after that period.
Yes, I understand that the shops have to close before March, around March 2020, However, I understand from the claimant's position is that the intention was to close the stores eventually.
Okay, so you understand from the claimant that its intention was to close the stores eventually. Understood, and we can come back to that in a moment, but just to round off this point, and if we can go to paragraph 5.24 next, which is on page 11. And here it says, again, that due to COVID, the Japanese government introduced social restrictions while the pandemic was ongoing. And as such, the claimant was forced to close all of its physical stores. And due to the severity of the pandemic, these stores will never reopen. So based on the paragraphs we've just stepped through, you do accept that the reason these stores actually closed were the COVID-19 restrictions, don't you?
They were closed in, well, in March 2020. The reason why they were closed in March 2020 was indeed because of COVID-19.
Great, and you do accept that as of the valuation date, which was the 30th of June 2019, COVID-19 and its financial impacts on the Japanese economy could not have been foreseen?
No, it could not.
So you have taken into account in your adjustments events which were not known or could not have been known at the valuation date, haven't you?
Well, my understanding is that the shops were meant to be closed at the eventually, based on the claimant's position, and therefore, to me, this was an adjustment that could potentially be taken in to consider what would be the impact had the shops been closed, which was what was going to happen eventually. However, should the tribunal decide that this should not be taken into account, I'll be happy to adjust my valuation to consider with the removal of this expense. And I do note that the impact of my valuation is only about 18 million. So this will still keep me below the initial consideration of 108 million.
Thank you, Ms. Collins. And you just focusing on the point that you have been instructed that Secura was planning to close all of its physical stores eventually. If we could go to paragraph 5.11 of your report on page 9, and you've mentioned that point there. That paragraph states, as noted above, Secura was planning to close all of its physical stores eventually. Which paragraph are you referring to above?
Thank you for your question. Give me a moment while I source for the correct paragraph.
Of course.
I understand that this point was actually in the statement of claim. I might have omitted to actually put in the sentence which I referred to.
Okay, so it's an allegation in the statement of claim that this sentence is based on. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, so you're not aware of any evidence which supports this conclusion?
I'm here just to give my opinion on what the valuation would be because of the closure. I'll leave the finding of facts to the lawyers.
That's very wise, and indeed I will leave those findings ultimately to the tribunal, so we can both leave that to the side of the road. Now, looking at the actual adjustments you've made, you have excluded all revenue from physical stores and estimated or assumed that 96.7% of that revenue would be replaced by online sales, with 3.3% of lost sales not converted to online sales at all, and therefore made a downward adjustment of 820,000, haven't you?
Yes, that's correct.
And we've just established there's no evidence which supports that adjustment, haven't we?
I have calculated this 3.3% based on observations of between June 2019 and June 2020. which was
Okay,
about
so
3.7%. So I took a lower percentage to be conservative.
and looking at the estimate percentage of 96.7%, which is mentioned in paragraph 5.13 of your report, there's no stated basis for that estimate in your report anywhere, is there?
Yes, I've neglected to explain how I arrived at the 3.3%, but it's something that we can calculate it from my appendices.
But the workings aren't contained anywhere in those appendices, are they?
No, but if it assists the tribunal, I'll be happy to do addendum to my appendix and show how that 3.3% can be calculated.
And you have not prepared any valuation based on the assumption that Secura would have been operating online by a specific date, but for COVID-19, have you? You've mentioned that there was an intention for the stores to close eventually, but you haven't made any specific assumptions around by when the stores would have been operating online, have you?
That information was not available to me.
But you had enough information to arrive at the estimates you've provided, I understand. Now, you have asserted that the cost of returns for online sales are greater than physical stores. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
But you haven't specified the basis for that conclusion, and this is the adjustment set out in paragraphs 5.15 to 5.17. Have you?
It's actually available in Appendix 1 of my report. I do set out online sales, cost of returns, and that of physical stores. So if you take the average of the 3 years, the difference will boil down to 2.3%.
And you've taken into what you assess to be an increase in costs here of the change in business model. But you haven't taken into account any cost savings which would arise due to the purportedly planned transition from a physical to an online business in your analysis, have you? For example, the saving on rent in one of the most expensive rental markets in the world for 63 physical stores.
Yes, I agree that those should be considered, but I've taken a simplified assumption that the cost of maintaining the website, running the infrastructure, the warehouses and so on will still be, will partly offset or fully offset those costs.
Okay. Turning then to the cost of the rebranding exercise, which was your third adjustment. This is from paragraph 5.18. This adjustment that you've made is for Golden Wattle making the decision to rebrand Secura to Golden Blossoms, a process which commenced in August 2019. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct.
So this process started 2 months after the sale and after the valuation date, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And you have not suggested in your report that the rebranding was foreseen at the time of the acquisition. Is that right?
I understand that the rebranding is something that was expected. I noticed that from the respondent's report, he has also observed something similar where each time Golden Wattle acquires a company, it usually undergoes a rebranding exercise.
And you have concluded in paragraph 5.21 on page 11 that Secura needed to incur an additional marketing spend above historical levels and the amount of 800,000 over 2 years in order to achieve historical sales figures, to maintain those figures. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
So in your professional opinion, as an independent forensic accountant, it was really necessary to spend this sum of money on rebranding to maintain sales in circumstances where sales had steadily increased in the prior years based on a far more moderate marketing spend?
I understand that. I mean, I do not speculate on what the appropriate amount of marketing spend would be. However, I do understand that Golden Water is intending to market to the younger population, and that might entail higher costs than they normally would have incurred.
Okay. And your final adjustment, the impact of COVID-19. We've touched on this, we won't stay here too long, but this is addressed in paragraphs 5.24 and 5.25 of your report. We've already established that the impacts of COVID-19 could not possibly have been foreseen as of the valuation date. So my only final question is, if the tribunal, and this applies to all of your adjustments, if the tribunal finds that the closure of Securus stores and the rebranding were not known or foreseen at the valuation date, which is ultimately a matter of factual evidence, you would presumably accept that none of these adjustments should be made.
Well, should the tribunal decide that each and every of the adjustment should not be considered, then yes, I would make the appropriate adjustments to take them out of my maintainable EBITDA.
Thank you. And a couple of final theoretical questions about the nature of those last two adjustments included, if you'll indulge me, which is the marketing spend and the costs associated with the closure of the stores. Would you say that these costs are recurring or one-off, non-recurring costs?
Sorry, I'm a bit lost. Could I trouble you to point me to which page you're looking at?
I'm not looking at a particular page. I'm sorry. I'll repeat my question more clearly. The third and fourth adjustments that you've made, one of those relates to rebranding, the other relates to the costs of the closure of stores. I'm asking whether you consider those costs to be recurring or non-recurring one-off costs.
The marketing spend is recurring. It could be that Golden Water would have to incur all these additional marketing costs to keep its online portal running, as well as to market to keep its outreach to the younger population. For the closure of the stores, it depends on the nature of those expenses, and to the extent that they are of a one-off nature, then yes, it is one-off.
Okay, and if we could just go to paragraph 4.11 of your report. Again, just going back here to the nature of maintainable earnings and what you can take into account. Maintainable earnings exclude non-recurring or extraordinary revenue or expenses, don't they?
Yes, that's why it's written there.
Yes, and in paragraph 5.3, the same point is made, that you wouldn't take into account one-off or non-recurring costs in your maintainable earnings. But yes, if you have treated these two costs, the cost of this nature, as both adjustments to the EBITDA and separately in the cost claim, haven't you?
Yes, they are both an adjustment in EBITDA and the cost claim.
So actually, you're treating these costs as both recurring and non-recurring, aren't you?
No, not necessarily. I'll say for the cost of rebranding, for example, this could be costs that Golden Water would have to incur going into the future to basically maintain its growth on its online portal, trying to market to the younger people. So this could have been a recurring expense. I have not seen any evidence otherwise. But I do understand that the cost claim is basically a claim for the past, the cost for the historical years. To the extent that the tribunal thinks that I shouldn't include them, I'll be happy to adjust my valuation.
Okay, so if the tribunal accepts that it was inappropriate to use the same costs, both to reduce the value of the company and to increase the value of the cost claim, you will accept that the costs have to disappear from one of those. Do you have a preference as to which they disappear from?
I'll let the tribunal make the decision on that. I've given it on both ends.
Okay, thank you. I think we can move on. And looking at your dismissal of the income approach, I think in the time remaining, you have said that the 3-year forecast is completely unreliable and the income approach is not suitable for valuing Sakura for 2 reasons, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
First, you say that the 3-year forecast did not set out the key information for the clientele mix and split between online and in-store sales for Sakura. And second, you say that the 3-year forecast was prepared by Mr. Chiba, who unbeknownst to the claimant was awarded a bonus. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And so you've stated that as a fact that Mr. Chiba has been awarded a bonus by the respondent, but you are aware, of course, that this is just a contested allegation made in the statement of claim, aren't you? This is a factual matter for the tribunal to decide.
Yes, I understand there's a factual matter for this for the tribunal to decide. Yes.
Thank you. But you appear in your report to have accepted at face value that Mr. Chiba did receive an incentive in connection with the amount of consideration paid, correct?
Sorry, could I trouble you to repeat the question, please?
Certainly. You appear to accept that Mr. Chiba did receive an incentive in connection with the amount of consideration. That this is a concern you have raised in your report. Yes.
I understand that this is an allegation in the statement of claim, but to the extent that it's true, there's a potential issue of the 3-year forecast skewing my valuation of the Sakura business, and therefore I've chosen to go with the market approach.
Understood. And so you have assumed that if this incentive exists, assuming it exists, Mr. Chiba would have and must have overstated the forecast. Is that right?
I think there's a risk there is, and therefore I do not consider it safe to use the 3-year forecast.
Okay, so thank you. So there's a risk there is, but you don't think that there necessarily would have been any issues with the projections themselves.
Sorry, apologies. The sound on my end is a little bit bad. Could you repeat your question, please?
Yeah, of course. You said that you thought that there would be a risk that as a result of any incentive, Mr. Chiba would have overstated the forecasts. But you did not say you think he definitely would have, or that there is necessarily a problem with the figures. Is that right?
I think there's a high risk that such. I mean, as a forensic accountant, I do consider that there's a potential risk that this might happen. Sorry, my apologies. I'm a chartered accountant working for flawless forensic, and therefore I do consider it as a risk that such an incident might happen, and therefore I do consider that. Given, I mean, on the balance of probabilities, it would be safer to just rely on the market approach if the 3-year forecasts are potentially tainted.
And you would agree in principle that you cannot just blindly accept that the forecast is unreliable on the basis of instructions without independently scrutinizing it, correct? You still need to look at the forecast as the benchmark for reliability.
Unfortunately, I do not have enough information to assess if the 3-year forecast can be relied on given this allegation, and therefore I have not been able to make that assessment.
So we've established a bit earlier in our discussion that you did not only receive the 3-year forecast, you also received historical financial information, including historical audited financial statements prepared by Fabulous Accounting. And your report reflects that you were provided with that historical financial information, doesn't it?
Yes.
And we've established as well that information includes the precise figures for the split of physical versus online sales, and the split of sales to the older and the younger population. Correct?
No, I disagree. I've put the source here as Sakura Financial, so that's the financials that I've gotten. In terms of whether it was something that was reviewed to Gordon Walter pre-acquisition or pre-signing of the SPA, it's a different matter.
I agree that's a different matter. What I'm focused on, Ms. Collins, is the information that you have available to you to test the reasonableness of the 3-year forecast. So do you agree that you had all of the relevant historical financial information?
I have the relevant historical financial information. However, the business is being run by people who are experienced in the business, who have been in the business for very long, and they would know the business best in terms of forecasting what could the future cash flows be. Therefore, for me to make that analysis using the historical when there's been an expectation of certain structural changes, such as the closure of the physical stores, I am unable to make that assessment.
So Mr. Chiba is both unreliable in the source of the problem and the only one that could do anything to his forecast. Is that right? Let me put that question slightly differently. By that logic, wouldn't the only options that are available to you be to blindly accept projections provided by a company at face value, or to reject them in their entirety? You would never be in a position to test the reasonableness of the figures in projections.
That is true. However, I think that the issue is whether the person who's forecasting it is doing it properly, and whether it's reliable, and has not been tainted in the sense that there's actually incentive to increase it.
Isn't the issue actually that you, as the independent forensic accounting experts, have the relevant underlying information which you need to test whether there's a problem with the forecast substantively?
You just, based on the historical financial information that I have, it's not sufficient, because I do understand that the growth that's expected going into the future in the next 3 years, there's been some structural changes to the business, as I mentioned earlier, and therefore, just basing on what has been done in the past, will not inform the future.
Okay, so somebody at Golden Wattle had a crystal ball, but you don't. I understand. We're not only looking at historical financials. Isn't it actually squarely within the scope of your expertise as an accountant to need to test the reasonableness of future financial projections, and where necessary to make adjustments to income projections? This is a core part of your role, isn't it?
Yes, typically, but however, usually I work in my role, I work with the client to assess that. But given that this is in the context of a dispute, I did not have the same access to Mr. Chiba.
And you could have applied the income approach on the basis of the forecasts, but you have chosen not to because of the unproven allegation about Mr. Chiba potentially being incentivized. Is that right?
I listed 2 reasons for that, for me not using the income approach. But yes, Mr. Chiba's.
Yeah, sorry, I wasn't asking about the reasons. My question was that you could have applied the income approach but have chosen not to for those reasons. Isn't that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And so, in your professional opinion, the only or best way to deal with concerns about the forecast was to provide the tribunal with a valuation applying a market analysis, ultimately based on a single comparator, which you say is substantially similar?
My apologies. Could I get you to repeat the question again?
So, in your professional opinion, the best way to deal with the concerns about the forecast was to ignore it, and instead only to provide the tribunal with a valuation applying a market analysis ultimately based on a single comparator, which you say is substantially similar.
On the basis of the information that's available to me, I've tried to perform the valuation to assist the tribunal, and I've listed out my concerns about using the income approach, and therefore by applying the market approach, I've done my best to provide a value that I believe is close to the market value of Sakura based on trading comparables, albeit there is just one comparable. I did look at 11 other comparables, even narrowing it down to 3 and eventually choosing one. And I do feel that I've put in some rigorous analysis. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Collins. That's useful on that point. But isn't it common practice to at least sense check evaluation using a different methodology with a view to making evaluation more robust where possible?
Yes, but I'm unable to use.
And yet you haven't applied the income approach even by way of secondary valuation or a sense check on your application of the market approach, have you, to assist the tribunal?
No, I have not, for the reason I've stated in my report.
Yes, and not even in case the tribunal does not agree with you that there is any issue with the extent of information available or the reliability of the forecasts.
Should the tribunal decide that there's the 3-year forecasts are reliable, then I would have to adjust my valuation. I'm happy to assist the tribunal to perform one based on the 3-year forecast.
It's rather late in the day for that, Ms. Collins, but we appreciate the offer. I'm going to spend 30 seconds on the cost claim. The claimant has provided you with a schedule of its cost claim, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And you have verified whether the cost claims have in fact been incurred on the basis of documents provided to you?
Yes, that's correct.
Although you do not specify which documents in your report, so we are left to speculate.
I do make references to the kind of documents I've reviewed, such as timesheets and invoices.
Yes, and of course you cannot say whether the costs included in the claimant's cost claim have been incurred as a result of alleged breaches of the SPA within the scope of your expertise, can you?
To the extent that they relate to, I mean, this is claimant's position. Therefore, I have reviewed the documents that they provide, which I understand is relevant to the cost to the breaches of SPA.
And my final question, Ms. Collins, if the tribunal concludes that they have not been incurred as a result of alleged breaches of the SPA, you would accept that they should not be included in the cost claim, wouldn't you?
Yes, I accept that.
Thank you for your time, Ms. Collins.
Thank you, Ms. James.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, loud and clear.
Oh, good. All right. Thank you. Thank you, counsel. We go immediately to the next cross. Correct? Yes. Redirect. Computer audio. How do I get off my computer audio?
I did it by going to that arrow there. I think that's what I found.
There we go. So if I understand it, we can't be heard by the people online. Okay.
We can presently hear you. There's just quite an echo at the moment.
Rebecca, do you still have an audio echo?
No, that's much better.
Very good. Thank you. All right. Now, the tribunal looks forward to hearing the cross-examination of redirect. Redirect of Stanley Love.
Great for you. Miss Collins, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Miss Collins, earlier, in response to one of the respondents' counsel's questions, but answered that rebranding was expected or reasonably foreseeable as of the valuation date. You had tried to make reference to the respondents' experts report, but I think you were cut off. Can you please turn to paragraph 61 of the respondents' expert report and maybe elaborate on your answer?
Sorry, the audio coming on your side is a bit muffled. I couldn't hear what the paragraph number is.
Paragraph 61 of the respondents' expert report.
Yes, so that was the one that I was referring to. So I do understand that upon acquisition, Golden Wattle rebranded Sakura to Golden Blossoms, and they actually performed a similar exercise for the other companies which have acquired, such as Monkey, which was rebranded to Golden Sake, as well as Noon to Golden Ume. So this is what I've observed, and I understand that this might actually be something that could have been discussed, something that's agreed among the parties. However, I do not have any information to make the assessment.
Yes, Ms. Collins, you will see that the rebranding for Monkey and Noon took place in 2018. That would be before the valuation date, correct?
Yes.
Moving on. You had earlier also answered that you were not aware of any evidence that Sakura was planning to move online. Can I invite you to pick up your own expert report at paragraphs 7.19 and 7.20?
So I think I mentioned that actually that we had no information in terms of when the store will eventually close in the future. But yes, I've noted here in my report that the cost of developing an online platform was actually known as early as January 2019.
For what amount?
For an amount of 800,000.
And that would be a substantial amount?
Yes, given that they have actually been making online sales in the past, but it appears to me that they're actually making quite an investment for this online portal.
Thank you. And earlier you were asked questions about the reliability of the 3-year forecast. My question to you is, if the allegations of the incentive bonus were made out, would it still be safe to rely on the 3-year forecast?
I do consider that if that payment the incentive was indeed paid, then it would be unsafe to use the 3-year forecast, because there could have been an incentive there would have been an incentive to actually increase the valuation, the 3-year forecast, such that the incentive could be increased.
Yes, and my last question, Ms. Collins, I want to take you back earlier to the cross-examination, where you had answered that the comparable companies do not have a presence in Japan or Asia. Can you look at the paragraph 6.3 of your expert report? Thanks. In how you have chosen these 11 comparable companies?
Yes, so I've identified that these companies are all based in...
Sorry, 6.2. 6.2.
Yes, all these companies are Asian listed companies. However, and when I've identified the 11 companies that I have set up in the table below 6.3, what I've essentially tried to do is to identify characteristics of the companies that are aligned with Sakura, such as physical stores, online sales, seasonal products, as well as physical stores. Obviously, I have a range in there in terms of some companies having a larger online presence versus physical and vice versa. Therefore, and that is why I've performed my exercise of actually choosing the most relevant ones, the 3 that I've selected, which then I narrowed down to SNL.
Thank you, Ms. Collins. No further questions. Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Collins. Now, move to cross-examination of Stanley Lowe. Thank you, Counsel. Welcome, Mr. Lowe. Yes, please do. You have 50 minutes.
Yes, it has been cut off. Yes, I have done so. All right. Mr. Lowe, I would like to first explore your choice of methodology for the valuation. Can you pick up your expert report and turn to paragraph 20? Then, Mr. Lowe. You have given 3 reasons why the income approach is, in your words, the only suitable approach. Let's explore that. Mr. Lowe, isn't proper accounting records important for all kinds of valuation, not just the income? Yes, so proper accounting. Proper accounting records is also important and vital for market approach valuation, correct?
Yes, correct.
Aim for a long trading history. This is also equally important if one was applying a market approach.
Not necessarily a long historical period, but it's preferable if you have a long history to be able to determine future performance.
And while I'm on the accounting records, you are here today to give evidence as an expert, correct?
Valuations expert.
Not as a factual witness, correct?
Definitely not, no.
Would you retract your statement about you working there for 2 years? Therefore, they are a reliable company.
No, because I think it's relevant to the reference to my own experience. If I were to take on a position, I would have to take out my whole entire CV. So I think it's relevant for me to mention that I previously worked at advocacy accounting over 20 years ago.
Over 20 years ago, and you are saying because you worked there for 2 years, 20 years ago, that you know that they do proper accounting. Is that what you're saying today?
I am aware of their current performance and in contact with previous colleagues. It is a small financial kind of industry that we work in. Everyone knows each other. So it's my own opinion about the reputation of that firm, which I used to work in.
Previous colleagues. So you hear from your previous colleagues.
Yes, of course.
All right, I'll leave that for submissions. Your next reason for adopting the income approach is that a number of contemporaneous forecasts exist. And you say including the 3-year forecast. You've only made reference to the 3-year forecast in your report, correct?
Yes, it's the only relevant forecast taken into account for evaluation. I'm aware that they use other forecasts.
Correct. So it's not accurate to say that it's only the only suitable approach because of all the other contemporaneous forecasts. Because you only rely on the 3-year forecast. Correct.
I only rely on a 3-year forecast because that is the time period in which I need to be relying on for my valuation. They have previously historically prepared forecasts which are not relevant to the valuation date, the 30th of June.
Thank you. And while we are on the 3-year forecast, look at your paragraph 25. You yourself say that the forecast has to be of minimum 5 years. This is a 3-year forecast. Do you agree that it's lacking?
I've been misquoted there. It says typically 5 to 10 years. Forecast, but 3-year forecast is what I've been provided with. I have no issue with doing so in relying on that approach, particularly as the company has been running at June 2019 for 38 years.
But it would be preferable to use a 5-year forecast at least, correct? Based on your own statement there.
It would be
typically more reliable to rely on a 5 to 10 year, but I have the 3-year forecast being prepared by the CFO who's worked with Secure for 15 years.
Well, we are on that. Are you aware of the, I call it the secret incentive payment that was paid to Mr. Chiba for preparing the 3-year forecast? Were you aware of that?
I'm aware of an allegation made in the statement of claim, but that's a disputed fact which I can't comment on.
And you have completely sidestepped it in your entire report. There's no mention of this secret incentive payment at all in your report.
Because I have seen no factual evidence to support such a claim.
But you look at your own expert declaration at page 18. You say that I confirm that I have referred to all matters which I regard as relevant to the opinions I have expressed and have drawn to the attention of the arbitral tribunal all matters which I am aware which might adversely affect my opinion. And you have not raised the 3-year this secret incentive payment at all.
I have not, because I do not believe it impacts my opinion on the evaluation.
So what you're saying is that, for example, if your expert fees were packed to how high your valuation is, there is no risk of impartiality.
I would not neglect my professional obligation to accept such a fee structure. In the same way, I do not expect that Mr. Shiba, if it were found that he had an incentive to overstate and therefore would receive a bonus, that he would neglect his own professional obligations and overstate his forecasts. I've also been able to analyse those forecasts against the historical performance, and I've seen no evidence within the substance of those forecasts that they are overstated.
You said you did some sort of a cross-check with historical forecasts. Where in your report do you elaborate on this?
So it's one of my instructions to consider the forecasts. From paragraph 30 of my report on page 9, you can see my analysis from the 3-year historic period prior and then 3-year forecast, confirming the profit margin that's obtained before and after. I find that the profit margin afterwards is less than by 5% than before. It's not an indicator of an overstatement.
But Mr. Low, you said you checked against the historical forecasts. These are your forecasts.
No, the historical performance of the company.
Yeah, but you got your historical performance of the company through the forecast information.
No, I think the Claimants Council is confused. The historical performance is indicated in the financial statements that are prepared and recorded by Fabulous Accounting.
So you're saying that based on the historical forecast, you say that the 3-year forecast by Mr. Shiba is accurate.
So just to correct Claimants Council, it's not historical forecast, it's historical actual performance. And I compared that to the forecast that's been prepared by Mr. Chiba, which he has relied on the historical performance, the actual historical performance of Secure to prepare those.
And you know what I find troubling with this secret incentive? You look at the bottom line. He says that if the value is above $80 million, that is when the bonus starts to begin. Do you know what's the significance of this $80 million?
I am not aware because I've seen no factual evidence to support the allegation made.
This $80 million also happens to be the valuation arrived at by the respondent's expert, by the claimant's expert, sorry.
Sorry, wait for the question.
So let me move on. Are you aware that the 3-year forecast omitted key information for the clientele split between the online and in-store sales?
It's the claimant's case that is key information required for the forecast. We've been provided that, both the claimant's expert and myself, with the historic split between the clientele of the older and younger generation, as well as the split between physical and online sales, of which the forecast is based on. So the forecast reflects that relevant split, which has been consistent historically.
And I want to mention here, if you give me a moment. Yes, ask this question. If, I'm asking if the allegation of the secret incentive payment is made out, would it still be safe to rely on the 3-year forecast?
In my experience as a certified audit examiner, the vast majority of people have a financial incentive to misstate and therefore, for example, overstate financial performance, do not do so. So I believe it's a bit step to suggest that this is collective professional obligations and overstate those forecasts. I don't have to just rely on my experience. I've been able to analyze those forecasts against the historical performance, the historical actual performance, and I have been able to determine there is no evidence that they are. There's no evidence in the substance of those forecasts that they are overstated. Therefore, I've relied on them for my income-based.
But there is a risk of impartiality, correct? There's always that risk of impartiality because a payment, a secret incentive payment was made to the person preparing the payment.
I think you mean risk of partiality.
There's an allegation, but as I said, I've been able to analyze those forecasts against historical performance, and I found no evidence in the substance of those forecasts that they are overstated.
Yes, now you give all these answers, but the fact remains that you chose to sidestep the secret incentive in your expert report, correct?
I am aware the allegations made in the statement of claim. I believe it has no impact on my opinion on the valuation I put forward to the tribunal.
And there is this concept of a cross-check.
Yes, correct.
And you were provided with the contemporaneous forecast. Why didn't you do a cross-check against this year forecast?
I don't understand why claimants suggest I'll be comparing forecasts from different years to the forecasts that are on my valuation.
Because no evidence that a number of contemporaneous forecasts exist, including the treated forecast. So why not do a cross or sense check your forecast against these other contemporaneous?
As I said, the other forecasts reflect different periods. So I would suggest that Claimants Council is asking whether I should have cross-checked those forecasts, previous forecasts to actual performances, understand their reliability, which I have performed but have not to my report because it's not something I rely upon.
I understand. So you confirm it's nowhere to be found in your report, correct?
Yes, it's not referred to because I do not rely on it.
Paragraph 21, you also offered one more reason why the income approach. You say essentially because parties chose it, it should be the right. You are an independent expert, correct?
Yes, I'm an independent expert.
And these parties are not valuation experts.
No, they're not. I'm just stating that as an indication that they consider it at the time to be the appropriate evaluation approach.
Yeah, okay.
Counsel, you have to let her finish her answers, please.
To be clear, even if they hadn't performed evaluation at the time, I would still conclude that the income-based approach is the appropriate approach to value secure.
You would agree with me that their choice on the income approach is irrelevant to you finally selecting the income approach as the appropriate methodology.
It would be irrelevant, but I'm merely stating something to it which is factual. I'm not sure that it is contested between the parties that that was the approach taken at the time for the SPA.
Thank you, Mr. Lowe. I'll move on. I want to explore now the reasons why you say that the market approach is not the appropriate valuation methodology. I want to first refer you to paragraph 19 of the report. My question is, why the market approach may be appropriate based on your paragraph 19?
I'm saying in principle, both the income and the market-based approach is appropriate to take. I'm merely saying that because the cost approach is not appropriate. So I'm whittled down to those two approaches.
Why in principle the market approach?
Because if there are substantially similar assets that have been transacted in or as comparable companies, I can then use a market-based approach. But obviously, as I conclude, there are no substantially similar comparable companies in which to base a market-based approach in valuing Sakura.
Yes, Mr. Law, I'm coming to that. Now look at your paragraph 52 of the report. You have a one-liner stating that I reject the market approach because there are no sufficient comparable companies located and run business in Japan. This is an unsupported bare assertion, correct?
I have the analysis that supports it. I haven't appended to my report.
Where is it?
As I've just stated, that I haven't appended to my report, but it is readily available to the Tribunal if they wish to reference it.
It's not in your report. It's one part of the evidence.
One part of my report because I do not rely on that analysis.
But you have to rely on that analysis to come to the conclusion that there are no sufficiently comparable companies. So far, what we have is just an unsupported bare assertion. Correct?
It's not unsupported. It is my expert opinion that there are no substantially similar comparable companies in which to base a market-based approach. The analysis has been performed, and I have not relied on it to perform a valuation for the market-based approach, so not appended to my report. Of course, if the Tribunal would want to use reference to, I can provide that.
You confirm that such an analysis is read on your report, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Grateful. Thank you. I want to show you some of the comparable companies that my expert has identified and shortlisted. I will not be going through all, maybe just taking one for example. Maybe I can turn your attention to the claimant's report now. Let's maybe go to page 12 and 13. And I'll just choose one. 11. Maybe we can do a sulfur at paragraph 6.12. Isn't sulfur also a home furniture retailer?
Yes, it's a home furniture, home furnishings and accessories, and household textile products that are provided.
Which Sakura also does, correct? Sakura also does home furniture.
Yes, they're operating in the same.
And Sakura also does seasonal furniture, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And Sakura is also shifting towards an online business, setting up online stores, correct?
So it is, well, Sakura is looking into developing a website. Could I ask Claimants Counsel to confirm how he clarifies the shifting from in-store to online?
Well, there was an invoice. I think it's referenced in your report. And we found at paragraph 67 of your report. You see there an invoice issued by our web services of $800,000 on the 11th of January 2019. This was paid to set up their online presence and their online store. So would you agree that similar to Sakura, Alpha is also in moving towards the online business?
The developing online business, I think the distinction I want to make is that this doesn't indicate there was an intention to close any of the physical stores, but expand into the online sales.
And if you look at Sulphur's growth rate, page 12, about 8%. Sakura's growth rate is 7%. I think that is in one of the appendices. Yes, Appendix 1 of the claimant's expert. So they share a similar growth profile, correct?
Yes, that is one similarity between the two, yes.
And you say that Sulphur is not a sufficiently comparable company to Sakura?
It's not a substantially similar comparable company.
Similar, right?
There are similarities, but as I say, to be able to perform a market-based approach, it has to be substantially similar. It's the definition that both myself and the claimant's expert refers to. But
Mr. Low, if you look at paragraph 50 of the report, you yourself accept that Sulfur is a sufficiently comparable company? Look at paragraph 50 of your own report.
I refer to this as a very minimal cross-check of my income-based approach to the WACC that I apply, but I replace no reliance on it because Sulfur is not a substantially comparable company to secure.
But you yourself say that this is consistent with Sulfur.
I say that the very minimal cross-check that I've done is consistent with Sulfur. I don't state that it's a substantially similar company to Secura.
How you say you have done a very minimal cross-check of the comparable companies?
Yes, more so than the claimant's expert.
I would like now to move on to your application of the income approach. Paragraph 38. Let's start there. Yourself as cash flows that I have calculated above are lower than the 3-year forecast, which demonstrates that I am conservative in my assumption. Can you explain how you arrive at lower values?
So I've adjusted the 3-year forecast for 2 adjustments which have been put forward by the claim statement. I have analysed this, I think there was 5 adjustments that were put forward. I have analysed those adjustments and made 2 which I think are appropriate to make to those forecasts to improve the accuracy of those forecasts for life.
Yes. So the main difference, or the reduction as you say, which makes it very conservative, is those 2 reductions, correct?
Yes.
Now let's look at these 2 reductions. Look at your paragraph 28 of the report. At the first reduction. Slide 29, paragraph 29.
So the error correction that was noted in the accounting system from back in 2009, that is one of the adjustments I correct for.
Yes, this was a mistake, right? By the person preparing the forecast.
It was missed by the the auditors at the time that the accounting system had an error in it. Of course, as time goes on, people don't look back to historical periods as far back, so that's why it's been missed now for 10 years.
Look at the one at paragraph 28. That's the second reduction, correct?
Yes, that's the second reduction.
And you took it out because this income was clearly not maintainable.
So the income wouldn't be maintainable after it was taken over by the claimant.
Yes. That's why you took it out. It was clearly not maintainable.
Yes, yes.
All right. Move elsewhere and I'll come back to this. But I just want to get your opinion. That paragraph 24 of your report. Talk about this discounted cash flow valuation. In short, does it mean that you have to take cash flows from the forecasted years as well as the terminal value and multiply it by some sort of a discount rate to arrive at the net present value?
Yes, you do. So you have in this scenario, you have 3 years of forecasts, which are representing the cash flow that is expected, and then the terminal value is based on that last year of cash flows, which is discounted to that point, and then you would discount those cash flows to your valuation date of the 30th of June 2019.
I see. So all these, let's say in this case, there are 3 years. The 3 years plus the terminal value has to be discounted to arrive at the net present value.
Yes, that's correct.
All right. I would like to share, I want to refer you to your appendix, BB3.
I'm Trade Council number 3.
Yes, Mr. arbitrator. On screen as well. Mr. Low, we'll see from the top row, cash flows for FY1, 2, and 3. Those are the forecast years. And there is the terminal value. Then at column 5, we have the discount rate. And number 6, we have the net, we call it the net. What's the term for it again?
Net present value.
Net present value. You mentioned earlier that the cash flows and the terminal value would have to be multiplied by the discount rate, correct? That was your earlier evidence.
Yes, that's correct. And I'm glad that
And
sort of brought me to that because it's a correction I would like to make to my valuation. It is also coinciding with another correction I made to my discount rate, which has net opposite points. So rather than throwing too many numbers out there, I'll do them at one point. But obviously, I'll provide those updated appendices after. To make the correction, of course, as Claimants Council has brought to our attention, the terminal value should be discounted by the rate that the third year is discounted by, because it is representative of a value at the 30th of June 2022. So that will need to be discounted back to the 30th of June 2019 by 3 years, which would reduce the value that's put forward. Now I need to make a correction in my discount rate that's put forward in reference to the risk-free rate. Instead of 1.5%, it should be 0.0025%, reducing my discount rate from 60%. The resulting difference in increase in the valuation, taking into account these two corrections, to 289 million. And I'd like to apologise to the tribunal that these two corrections are verified.
sorry, I just want to take you back to the discount rate first. If we take the terminal value cash flow multiplied by the discount rate, that would lead us to a lower net profit value, correct? Net present value.
Net present value, correct.
And a lower net present value would equate to a lower valuation, correct?
Yes.
And you're mentioning the second adjustment that you wanted to make.
Yes, in reference to the risk-free rate, when I was preparing for the hearing, I went back to my sources for that and realised that I've applied the wrong percentage, which is why I'm making that correction.
And do you have any evidence to support this error of yours?
Not in submission, but of course that can be provided with the updated appendix.
Not in the report, correct?
Not in the report, no.
All right.
I would note, though, that this is publicly available information.
Can I make sure I understand that? Is what you're telling the tribunal that you have changed your mind on the discount rate, or you're saying you simply mistranscribed it in the report?
The latter, yes, I've mistranscribed.
Thank you. And I got my expert to work out the numbers. He had applied a discount rate towards the terminal value. Net valuation would be decreased by over $40 million.
Yes, and I've explained in changing my discount rate, it goes the other way. Because my discount rate is decreased, your valuation increases. So that's that net difference. So even though if you look at just discounting the terminal value, it decreased by $40 million. If you are decreasing the discount rate, your valuation goes up, which is why I presented the figures together.
That's done the recalculation with both these errors corrected.
This error is raised for the very first time. But what my expert has done is going on the basis that the terminal value didn't multiply with the discount rate, which caused the valuation to be overinflated. That one, my expert has done a recalculation, and the net valuation is less than. Next question. Let's go back to your report. Paragraph 45. While we're on this, we are talking about NPVs and data. Go to paragraph 45. You have mentioned there that you rely on a beta of 0.9 obtained by Professor Damodaran. I understand he's a renowned valuer in the finance industry, correct?
Yes, a very well respected individual in our field.
And it shows the industry of retail.
Retail general.
Retail general, yes. I asked my expert to do some research. And there was this other industry for home furnishing. Wouldn't the industry home furnishing be more applicable to Sakura?
Sakura is operating in the retail industry, and I think it's appropriate, in my expert opinion, to apply a beta relevant to the retail general industry.
Sakura is in the home furnishing business. That is what you have stated in your own report.
Yes, and also stated in the claimant's expert report, it's a furniture retailer, so operates in the retail industry. It's my expert opinion that the retail general beta, sorry, I'm making a distinction because there's 7 different retail betas put forward by Professor Ambaran. So the beta I've chosen, which is the retail general beta, I consider to be appropriate to apply to Sakura. Of course, if the tribunal decides that it's appropriate to apply a different beta, I can propose calculation on those basis. So it's my expert opinion that the retail general beta reflects the relevant risks that are faced by Sakura.
But this is general retail, right? General retail includes like selling of clothes, home appliances, all sort of other retail items. Sakura is very specific. Home furnishing, right? So you have to use the correct industry name in your beta, correct?
So it reflects the same level of risk and the same circumstances where the claimant's expert relied on a comparable company that also operates in the grocery and food business. It doesn't necessarily mean that it's not comparable. It operates in the same retail industry.
No, but the 11 comparable companies, my own experts' words are retailers.
Yeah.
Furniture, specific to furniture.
It operates in Asian retail furniture retailers, but it also operates with other products, which is actually a substantial part of the business of SNL.
And I put it to you that the reason why you selected retail over home furnishing, because the home furnishing that is almost double that of general retail.
I disagree. I'm not an advocate for the respondent's case. I'm an advocate for my own expert opinion. It's my expert opinion that the retail general beta is an appropriate beta to rely on for the discount rate of Sakura.
And is it correct that a higher beta would mean a lower valuation?
A higher beta would increase your discount rate and therefore reduce your valuation. That's correct.
Next, while we are here, paragraph 48. You said using a cost of debt of 0%. Where do you get this 0% from?
So the cost of debt reflects the effective interest rate that's payable on the debt. The debt of Sakura is 2 million non-interest bearing debt, and therefore the effective interest rate is 0, and the cost of debt is 0.
You say that the cost of interest is 0, or where do you get that information from? See it in your report.
Sorry, it is stated in my report. It's also stated in the claimant's expert report that it's a non-interest bearing debt. I
Let's
can't
look at your report. Where is it?
give me a moment to find it.
Nowhere to be found, right, Mr. Low? This was an assumption that you made.
I can't find reference to it, but it's not a disputed position between the experts that it is a non-interest bearing debt that the Sakura has.
You didn't cite any reference for this cost of debt of 0%, right? Why? contention is that this was just an overly optimistic assumption on your part, correct?
That is completely incorrect. The debt that's held by Secura is a non-interest bearing debt. So the effective interest rate is zero, the cost of debt is zero.
And Mr. Low, if the cost of debt goes up, the valuation will go down, correct?
Yes, in that hypothetical scenario where the debt had an effective interest rate, then yes, the discount rate would go up and the valuation would go down.
And I got my expert to do some research as well. The industry standard cost of debt for home furnishing and retail is about 5%. If we impute a 5% cost of debt, valuation will go down substantially, correct?
That's not an appropriate cost of debt to rely on in this scenario because the debt held by Secura is non-interest bearing, so the cost of debt is zero.
No, my question is that if a 5% cost of debt, this WACC, it would substantially reduce the valuation, correct?
The 5% is not relevant in this scenario. To answer the Payments Council's question, yes, if you add a 5% cost of debt, it can reduce your valuation. But as I said, it's not.
Thank you. Yes, now I would like to explore other three reasons or the other three points put forward by Golden Wattle to reduce the forecast cash flows. I'd like to refer you to Appendix BB2. I will flash it on the screen as well. So, Mr. Low, we have the income from the introductions as well as the cost of non-furnishing items. Those two are not disputed, correct? You accept the adjustments proposed by Golden Wattle.
So just to be clear, so the 40,000 is the non-recurring income after the claimants take over the business, and the adjustment to the cost of non-furnishing items is the 1 million adjustment error that was identified in the internal audit conducted by the claimant.
Then the other three that are still in dispute are the marketing expenses, postage expenses, as well as the cost of furnishing, correct?
Yes, that's correct. I've analysed these and do not consider to be appropriate to adjust for in the forecast.
Let's explore your reasons. Maybe we start with the marketing expenses. Mr. Low, you are aware that valuation as of a certain date to account facts and circumstances up to that date, as well as events which are reasonably foreseeable as at that date, correct?
Yes,
So of course,
increase that
of course,
hindsight in your valuation as the claimant's expert has.
thank you. So for example, events like COVID, of course, we can't foresee that, correct?
Yes, exactly.
Now let's look at what we can use. Let's turn to paragraph 61 of your report. '17. You see there, it's Golden Wattle's modus operandi or commercial practice that whenever they acquire a new company, they rebrand it under the Golden Group of companies. Yeah, paragraph 61.
I understand the claimant makes their own managerial decision to rebrand their companies that they acquire, yes.
But all this changing of rebranding took place in 2019, which was almost 1 year before the valuation, correct?
Yes, I'm aware these rebrandings happen before the valuation date.
It's reasonably foreseeable that when Golden Wattle acquired a Sakura, that a similar rebranding exercise would take place, correct?
That would be a decision by the claimant if they were going to rebrand, and that should be something they put forward in their valuation and the due diligence process. Of course, I can't fill on that to it, but there was no factual that there was an intention by the parties to rebrand Sakura at the date of valuation.
And Mr. Low, if marketing expenses go up or makes the adjustment of 2,000 as proposed by Golden Wattle, that would lead to the valuation going down, right? Correct?
To be clear, it's an adjustment of 2 million.
2 million, yes.
Yeah. So if the costs increase, the cash flows decrease, your valuation will decrease.
This move online. You keep saying that this move online was a result of COVID-19. Were you aware that there were negotiations between Golden Wattle and the Tanaka family as January 2019?
Can Claimants Council refer me to where these negotiations are for submission?
Yes, I will bring you to that. Paragraph 2.5 of the Claimants Expert Report. I read for the record. In January 2019, Golden Wattle started negotiations with Mr. Tanaka to acquire 100% of the shares in Sakura. And you know, Mr. Low, what happened in the very same month was that Sakura spent $800,000 on setting up an online platform. You're aware of that, correct?
Where that invoice was incurred in January 2019, yes, for such services.
But I put it to you that the plan to move online was clearly hatched as early as January 2019. You agree or disagree?
So this invoice for those services only indicates that they were looking to develop a website, not move or close any one of their 63%.
Yes, but
why earlier I made to make the distinction between what you to clarify what you meant by moving from offline to online, because it's very different. If you're developing a website online, you're increasing your sales, which are not reflected currently in the price. But if you're moving from physical stores to online stores, that makes a difference. As I said, there's no factual evidence to support, so that was the intention.
But $800,000 is not a small amount, correct, Mr. Low?
No, not to me, no.
And Mr. Low, if, I'm asking if again, if the plan to move online was hatched as early as January 2019, if that is established, then that can be taken into account in the valuation 6 months later, correct?
If it was proven with factual evidence that I can consider, then that will take that into account in my valuation. As at this current date, I have not been provided with any such adjustment.
Thank you, Mr. Low. Moving back to BB2, of the three, right? There is the marketing expense, which is linked to the rebranding. Then there is the shift from physical stores to online stores. Come under the postage expenses and the cost of furnishing, correct?
Yes, three remaining adjustments put forward by the claimant, which I do not agree with.
And if all of these numbers go up, valuation will go down, correct? Valuation of Sakura will go down.
You'd have to consider if they were an inflow or an outflow. So if they are all representative of increased costs, then your cash flows would decrease and your value would decrease.
Yes, these are all in respect of costs. They are under the cost of sales.
Yes, I just make that clear.
So if these values go up as what had per Golden Wattle's adjustment, that would mean that the valuation goes down, correct?
So if you were to make those adjustments put forward by the claimant, your valuation would go down. But for reasons I've stated in the same appendix, I do not agree with those adjustments and therefore do not make those.
I understand. Just for your information, Mr. Low, I got my expert to recalculate the numbers based on the Golden Wattle adjustments, as well as to input the missing discount rate for the terminal value, as well as the cost of debt and the beta. And my expert arrived at a valuation of 67.8 million. Now, I think I have another 10 minutes, so I want to go to the cost claim.
You do not, counsel. You have at most 5.
I understand now. Of your expert report. But you say there that the cost claim should be a validation exercise. So if, let's say, supporting documents were produced, supporting invoices, timesheets were produced, then these claims should be allowed. Is that what you're saying?
I'm not sure I can go as far as saying the claim should be allowed. It's not my position to state that. It's the verification would be if these costs have been incurred.
All right, let's maybe start with the physical closing of the fourth clause. Paragraph 66. You mentioned that this is a result of force majeure. Is law within your expertise, Mr. Low?
No, it's not, of course. It's for the tribunal to determine what the basis of these and what the costs relate to in terms of the breach or not.
Since this is not part of your expertise, will you agree to retract this sentence?
It can do so, but it does not have any conclusions I to.
Online platform, paragraph 9. You had mentioned that the first invoice, this is the invoice for 800,000, it's the acquisition and should be paid before because it's now due within 30 days. Since the invoice was issued in January 2019, it would have fallen due sometime in 11 February 2019, correct?
Yes, that would be the expectation based on the terms of the payment.
And since the acquisition only happened in June 2019, NACA bear this cost, correct?
I don't know who I shouldn't be referring to who should be bearing those costs, but the cost that's reflected in the invoice is reflected in the P&L of the Secura.
It should have been paid before because it fell due within the 30 days. It fell due in February 2019. That was when Secura hasn't been acquired yet.
So the cost is recognised when it is incurred in the P&L. When it's actually paid, it's reflected on the balance sheet. So it would sit as an accounts payable until it's paid. But it's reflected at the time that it's invoiced in the P&L, which I have confirmed has been reflected in the financial, historical financials.
All right. Now, very briefly, because I have 2 minutes left, the management time cost and the physical store closing costs. If the allegations are made out that the plan to move online was hatched as early as January 2019, these costs would, in principle, be claimable, correct?
It's not within my expertise to state whether they're claimable or not. So I don't think I should comment further on that.
Other questions?
Thank you. We'll now have redirects. Welcome back, Ms. James.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have any further questions for the respondents expert.
Thank you. I want to thank the experts and counsel, and we will now take a brief recess.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Mic test 1. Mic test 1. Mic test 1, 2, 3. Mic test 1, 2. Audio check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Audio check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Mic check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Audio check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Audio check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
go first, Rebecca?
Thank you, Madam President. I think the floor is Mr. Neo's under the normal order, unless he disagrees.
I couldn't hear you. Your colleague will go first, right? Mr. Neon.
Yes.
Yes, please proceed. We look forward to hearing your observations on post-cross.
Yes, may it please the tribunal. I'll break up my closing submissions into three general parts. First, what's the appropriate methodology to be used? Second, application of the respective valuation approaches, as well as what's the appropriate value as of the valuation date. I will also deal with the cost claim. First, I will deal with the appropriate methodology. Mr. Low is an advocate of the income approach. He advanced 4 reasons in support of the income approach. 2 reasons equally apply to the market approach, so there's no big deal there. 1 reason he accepted on cross that is wholly irrelevant. His final reason that there are all these contemporaneous forecasts that exist, including the 3-year forecast, confirmed on the stand that he only relied on the 3-year forecast, which is tainted and fraught with deficiencies. There is also the fact of the secret incentive payment, which risks impartiality on the part of the 3-year forecast, as well as the person who prepared the forecast. I submit it's no mere coincidence that the $80 million bottom line for the incentive payment to kick in is also the valuation of 80 million arrived at by my expert. The reasonable inference is that that was the valuation that the respondents did arrive at in the first place, but because of the incentive payment, they took all these steps to inflate the valuation to arrive at their $260 million. Follows that the income approach should not be used because the 3-year forecast, which is based primarily on, is completely unreliable, in the words of my expert.
Wait, can I ask you a question? I thought that the experts' evidence was that they relied on the historical performance. I think they took into account the 3-year forecast. Does that change your submission? Or have I misunderstood?
No, it does not. Because ultimately, it's the Mr. Cheever who prepared the 3-year forecast. So he could have interpreted the historical financials in a certain way to overinflate the forecast so that he can get more benefits.
The expert looked at the historical performance in coming up with their own valuation.
Yes, we have also explored that, and I'll deal with it in the next section, but we have seen that, he is missing out on discount rates, which will affect the valuation, using a beta, which of course supports his client, ignoring the cost of debt. So all these would affect his valuation numbers, which actually brings it down to 67.8 million, which is more in line with the valuation that my expert arrived at.
That's helpful, thank you.
Great. So next on, I would say that the market approach should be adopted in the present case. There are a large number of listed competitors and comparable companies to Sakura, so there is a large number of data points to rely on. Mr. Low outright rejects the market approach with a sweeping bare assertion that there are no sufficiently comparable companies to Sakura. No shortlist was done, no filter was done. It does not even tell us what database she looked at to arrive at this conclusion. I would submit same modus operandi on how he completely sidestepped the secret incentive payment in his report. Further, his sweeping bare assertions contradicted by his own evidence at paragraph 50 of his report on sulfur, which actually suggests that sulfur is a sufficiently comparable company to Sakura.
Counsel, your own expert didn't use sulfur. So why are you using sulfur? He or she rejected it.
I wouldn't say that my expert rejected it. My expert chose 11 potentially comparable companies. He just selected the most comparable one, which is SNL.
With the very lowest value. compared to your use of self-verb.
Yes, that's correct. But I was only drawing the attention to self-verb because the respondent expert herself alluded to it. So I was just trying to make the point that, it's not fair to say that there are no sufficiently comparable companies. I would say there are 11, just that my expert arrived at the conclusion that SNL was the most appropriate one.
Counsel, on that, is there any evidence in either report of private company comparables?
Private company
Unlisted comparables?
Unfortunately, I think both expert reports does not delve into that area. I apologize. And now,
So you have 1 minute.
yes, I'll move on very quickly. I would say that Mr. Lowe's application of the income approach is flawed as well. He was not conservative at all, contrary to what he said. He failed to take into account the wrong data was used, no cost of debt. He didn't apply the discount rate to the terminal value. And for all the other adjustments he did not make because he did not envisage, he did not say that the move online was contemplated. If all these reductions and adjustments were made, we would arrive at a valuation of 67.8 million, which I submit is closer to my expert's valuation and is sort of a sense check in the words of the respondents, solicitors or lawyers, that the valuation arrived at by my expert is the right one. Finally, the cost claim is justified and made out by the supporting documents. My expert has gone through the invoices, timesheets, and payment documents. This has all been verified and confirmed by him. These are costs associated with the breaches of the SPA arising from material non-disclosure and the respondent's misleading representations. As a result, the claimant had to incur all these costs in an attempt to bring Sakura's business back on track. And it's for these reasons I submit that the valuation of 80 million by my expert should be adopted and the cost claim should be allowed. Thank you.
Thank you, Counsel. Ms. James.
Thank you, Madam President. The tribunal is in the somewhat invidious position of being faced with two binary and competing approaches on valuation. The central issues for the purpose of today's expert evidence hearing, which are really at the heart of the differences between the claimants and the respondents' experts, are the choice of methodology for valuing Sakura, and flowing from that, whether the methodology chosen has in fact been applied in an appropriate and robust manner. So first, the choice. The claimant's expert is an advocate of the market approach and has applied it in arriving at her valuation. Now, in cross-examination, the claimant's expert accepted that it would not be appropriate to have applied this approach if there are not substantially similar assets to Sakura, and she also accepted that it would not be appropriate to apply this approach where there are few, if any, relevant market comparables. She then went on to accept that there are some differences between all of these other companies and Sakura. She only considered 3 companies to be comparable rather than just potentially comparable, but that she's discarded 2 of those companies for valuation purposes on the basis of differences explained in her report. She ultimately concluded that only one of those companies was comparable enough, on her view, to be taken into account for valuation purposes. This company also sells food and groceries and markets itself on the basis that this is just food. Put simply, the claimant accepts the right test when the market approach should have been applied, but has not come anywhere close to satisfying it. There were not substantially similar assets, and there were few, if any, relevant market comparables to Sakura. Mr. Lowe explained the basis on which he dismissed this approach, and that he did not need to say more than he did about this in his report, as he did not rely on the analysis. So as for the income approach, which the respondent's expert has applied, the claimant's expert has declined to apply this approach for 2 purported reasons. First, she did not have the information required to do so. And second, there was an unproven allegation that Mr. Cheever received an incentive in connection with the amount of consideration, and therefore a risk that the financial projections may have been overstated. By the end of cross-examination, it was established that neither reason stands up to scrutiny. The claimant's expert had all of the information needed in order to test the reasonableness of the 3-year forecast, and simply did not undertake this analysis on the basis of unproven allegations regarding an incentive allegedly provided to Mr. Cheever, which everyone accepts is ultimately a matter to be determined by the tribunal on the basis of the evidence. She asserts that she simply could not scrutinise the reasonableness of the forecasts. It follows from the fact that she has not performed the analysis that she cannot have and has not found any substantive issues with the figures in the forecast. But we established in cross-examination that she had access to full historical financial information of the company, including the relevant splits of sales made online versus in store, and to the older versus younger population that was required to scrutinise the reasonableness of the projections and, if necessary, to perform adjustments. She appeared to suggest that only Mr. Cheever would have the knowledge to perform adjustments to his forecasts. Mr. Cheever, the purported problem and the solution. But that rather overlooks the fact that it is squarely within the scope of a forensic accountant's expertise to make adjustments to information provided by a company, a point which Ms. Collins does not agree with, does not disagree with, at least in principle. The respondent's experts did not encounter the same purported difficulties in testing reasonableness by reference to historical performance. And the end result is that the tribunal is left without any form of income analysis, even by way of sense check from the claimant's expert. So second, the application of the methodology. Throughout cross-examination, it was also demonstrated that the claimant's expert's application of the market approach was fundamentally flawed. She accepted that it would not be appropriate to make any adjustments based on future events or information which were not reasonably known or foreseen as of the valuation date. She accepted that factually, COVID-19 and the implications of it on the Japanese economy could not be foreseen as of the valuation date. And she accepted that the store closures occurred for this reason. But she says there was a plan for a shift to an online business eventually, and then acknowledged that this statement was based on an allegation in the statement of claim. In any event, it was acknowledged that the working for certain adjustments to the maintainable earnings had not been explained. And ultimately, the claimant's expert conceded that if the tribunal finds factually that the closure of stores and rebranding were not foreseen at the valuation date, none of these adjustments should have been made. Finally, on the application, it was acknowledged that certain figures, two of the 4 adjustments made, were included both as an adjustment to EBITDA, resulting in a lowering of the valuation of the company, and also separately and additionally included in the claimant's cost claim. And the claimant's expert generously accepted that if the tribunal agrees with the respondent that this is inappropriate, those costs can be excluded from one or the other claim at the tribunal's choice. A quick word on the respondent's application of the income approach, just on one discrete point.
Your time is up.
Oh, apologies, Madam President. I will close my submissions there.
Thank you. Well, looking for signals around the room in our hybrid. Thank you, counsel. Thank you, counsel online. Thank you, experts, for helping the tribunal with your testimony today. We now are going to switch to an entirely different case, which is before this tribunal, coincidentally, while we're here to hear some arguments, oral argument from counsel. You're excused. Thank you.
Very confusing.
Kind of great. But
welcome. To do a little introduction for arbitrator.
Of course. Thank you, Madam President. Missing one person. I'll wait then. Let's make a start then. I'm going to say a few words to introduce this next segment of the grand final, the oral submissions segment. As the President has already said, this relates to a wholly different case. It is a real case. It is the jurisdictional decision in an ICSID case called Beijing Urban and the Republic of Yemen. It is wholly coincidentally, Sapna reminded me earlier this afternoon, a case in which my firm was counsel for the claimant and her former firm counsel for the respondent. And so we serve respectively as claimant and respondent appointed arbitrators this afternoon. That will in no way color our approach to the submission before us. That two of those submissions will be made by the claimant online. If anybody has audio, I ask you to disconnect it. Sounds better, I think. On the claimant side, the submissions will both be made online, representing the claimant to counsel Dae Kim from the Peter and Kim firm in Seoul online, and also Pushkar Kishore, an LLM student at Georgetown University in Washington, D.C., at a wholly uncivilized hour. Thank you for joining us. And with us in the room on the respondent side, Si-Shang Ang from Allen & Overy here in Singapore, and Jun-Hak Choi from Kim and Chang in Seoul. Thank you both also for joining us. As was said earlier, it has been, we know, a strenuous process to get here. We congratulate you on getting here. We look forward very much to your submissions. Before I conclude these introductory remarks, I've been asked to say just a couple more words about the case to frame it up for those who are unfamiliar with it and listening to your submissions this afternoon. It's a case that was brought by a Chinese state-owned enterprise against the Republic of Yemen, arising out of a construction contract for the Sana'a airport in Yemen. And it gave rise to some important jurisdictional questions, including whether a state-owned enterprise, whether and in what circumstances a state-owned enterprise qualified as an investor under the relevant treaty and the ICSID convention for the purposes of jurisdiction, whether the investment had been approved, and as is the case in many first-generation former Soviet era and communist state treaties, the scope of the limitation, it was argued, at least by the respondent, in the submission to arbitration to compensation for expropriation, the effect of that on the claim brought by the claimant. So those are some of the issues that were thrown up in this claim by a state entity against the Republic of Yemen. That is what I will say by introduction. Once again, we are looking forward to your submissions and to my president.
Thank you. Welcome to the World Submissions on Beijing Urban Construction Group Co. Limited. We understand there's an application for to add a legal authority. Can we hear about that briefly, please?
Sure, Madam President. Thank you and good afternoon, members of the tribunal. The application is to seek leave to add an additional authority to the bundle of authorities. That authority is an article by Professor An Chen, who is a professor of law at the Xiamen University and was at the time China's designated arbitrator to the exit panel. The article is a commentary on the exit decision of Zha Sham against the Republic of Peru, and it contains discussions that surround the circumstances in which the China-Yemen BIT was concluded. And that is relevant to issue B, which I will be addressing the tribunal later. We apologize for the late introduction of this authority. It took us we had some difficulty in locating the authority and only managed to find it late last afternoon. We had sought consent from the claimants' counsel, and we understand that they have no objections, and we seek the tribunal's indulgence in adding this authority to the bundle.
Thank you. Can claimants confirm their acceptance of this new legal authority?
Indeed, yes, Madam President. That is our confirmation for their approval.
Thank you. The tribunal is grateful for this cooperation. So now we will hear from the respondents, and it will be 40 minutes, some time for questions, but it will help us for you to give us a roadmap of who will speak to what before you begin.
Certainly, Madam President. Before I begin, can I just check if the tribunal members have a copy of the latest authority that we have just submitted? Otherwise, I have copies available with me that I can submit to the tribunal.
You don't have copies?
Sure.
We do everything online. For once, Lucy Greenwood, forgive us. We don't take these hard copies.
I should mention, should you wish to refer the tribunal to any authorities, it may be helpful if you could show us a soft copy on screen, because I don't have a hard copy of the other authority. Thank you very much for the hard copy of this one.
Just pull up the soft copies first. I will now turn to my submissions. As Mr. Lingard had earlier said, my name is Zixiong Ang, and I represent the respondent, the Republic of Peru, together with my co-counsel, Mr. Chun Hak Choi. The claimant is Beijing Urban Construction Group Company Limited. It is represented by Ms. Dae Kim and Mr. Pushkar Kashav. The claimant is a state-owned entity established by the Chinese government. It is wholly owned by the state and is publicly funded. As I will come to shortly, the claimant's primary objective is to advance the national interests of the Chinese state. In early 2006, in a bid to enhance its state-owned assets, the claimant entered into a construction contract with the Yemen Civil Aviation Authority to construct a new terminal building for the Sanaya International Airport in Yemen. From as early as 2007, however, problems started arising with the claimant's performance under the contract. Amongst other things, the claimants removed materials from the construction site without authorization. They imported equipment without customs authority. Key personnel had lengthy absences from the site, and the claimant had continued problems with its subcontractors. In July 2009, the respondent had no choice but to terminate the contract on the basis that the claimant had failed to return to the site to complete the works. Instead of taking responsibility for the failure of the project, the claimant now attempts to pin the blame on the respondent by commencing this arbitration under the ICSID Convention pursuant to the China-Yemen BIT. The claimant's claims are not only devoid of merit, we say they have been brought in the completely wrong forum. As Mr. Choi and I will demonstrate, the tribunal lacks jurisdictions over these claims, and they ought to be dismissed in full. As agreed between the parties, there are 4 issues to be decided at this jurisdictional stage. I will be addressing issues A and B, namely whether the claimant qualifies as a national of another contracting state under Article 25(1) of the ICSID Convention, and whether the respondent consented to ICSID arbitration only in respect of disputes limited to the amount of compensation for expropriation. Mr. Choi will be addressing issues C and D, namely whether the broader dispute resolution clause from the UK-Yemen BIT can be imported into the China-Yemen BIT, and whether the claimant has made a qualified investment.
Also, could you move your camera so?
Turning to issue A, it is common ground that ICSID jurisdiction under Article 25(1) of the ICSID Convention is limited to disputes between a contracting state and a national of another contracting state. In the context of a state-owned enterprise like the claimant, it does not qualify as a national of another contracting state if it is either A, acting as an agent for the government, or B, is discharging an essentially governmental function. This is known as the Broche's test, which I believe is common ground between the parties. We say that in respect of the Sanaya Airport project, the claimant was at all times acting as an agent of the Chinese government, or further and alternatively, the claimant was discharging governmental functions. In assessing whether the claimant was acting as the Chinese government's agent, guidance can be obtained from Article 8 of the ILC draft articles of state responsibility. And if you can trouble the tribunal to pull this up, this is found at Authority CL 14 at page 47, and I shall share it on my screen for the benefit of those without. Article 8 is found up on the screen, and it provides that the conduct of a person shall be considered an act of a state if the person is in fact either A, acting on the instructions of the state, or B, acting under the direction or control of the state in carrying out that conduct. The claimant's entry into the execution, the entry into and the execution of the airport project satisfies both these conditions. First, the claimant generally acts under the direction and control of the Chinese government. The claimant is wholly owned by the Chinese government, and according to the tribunal in Mafazzini against Spain, this in and of itself can give rise to a presumption that the claimant is a state entity. There are also regulatory pronouncements evidencing the state's direction and control over the claimant. And these pronouncements stipulate that, amongst others, the claimant's board is officially charged with promoting the state's interests. The claimant...
Counsel, I'm loath to interrupt, but I do want to ask a question on this point, if I may. Are you at risk of confusing a structural analysis with a functional analysis? You've gone to the board of the claimant, its ownership, whereas I think, and without having a view on this, the more orthodox view would be that Article 8, to which you took us, is more concerned with a functional analysis, like a particular conduct and issue. Do you have to prove objection to succeed that this particular project satisfies the requisites of Article 8, or is it enough for you to rely on the structural points?
We accept that we have to prove this particular project satisfies the requirements of Article 8. We say both the structural and the functional tests in relation to this project have been satisfied. I was covering the structural elements of that test, and the other elements to that structure that we say the Chinese government has control over the claimant is also the fact that there is a Communist Party committee that supervises the claimant, and that committee is responsible not only for supervising human resources, finances, and materials, it is also responsible for monitoring the implementation of national policies and promoting enterprises such as the claimant to play a leading role in carrying out political and social responsibility. So that's the structural test. And we say on a structural level, the claimant is generally controlled and directed by the Chinese government. On a functional level, in respect of the airport project, we say that's also under the direction or control of the Chinese state. And we say this because according to the PRC Foreign Economic and Trading Department, all foreign businesses undertaken by the claimant, of which the Sanaya Airport project is one, is administered, controlled, and regulated by them. It follows that insofar as this airport project is concerned, it was administered, controlled, and regulated by a state department known as the PRC Foreign Economic and Trading Department. So we say that the functional test is also satisfied in this case in respect of the airport project. And we therefore say that the claimant was acting as the Chinese government's agent in respect of the project for the purposes of Article 25(1) of the Exit Convention, and that it disqualifies itself from jurisdiction. Further, and in the alternative, for the same reasons I just discussed, the claimant was discharging essentially governmental functions. And for this, I refer to Article 5 of the draft articles on state responsibility. And it provides that both the nature and purpose of the claimant's powers are relevant when determining if it was exercising governmental functions. And we say the claimant is specifically empowered to operate, manage, and increase state-owned assets for the purposes of promoting national interest. This is essentially a governmental function, and the application of these state-owned assets in the development of a foreign airport in order to benefit the state as the ultimate owner is precisely an exercise of such governmental function.
Just one question, wouldn't the function of any state-owned entity be to increase and enhance the value of the state's assets, even through a purely commercial function? This is where I'm having some difficulty, and this was in your skeleton as well, so maybe you could expand on that a little bit more. Why does this not apply to all state-owned entities? How do we make this specific to this particular scenario that we have before us?
To be even more specific, when a state-owned entity sells T-shirts or birthday party toys in a foreign country, why is that not state function if it leads to profits going back to the Chinese government-owned company?
I think in this particular case, members of the tribunal, I have to go back to the specific direction of the PRC Foreign Economic and Trading Department, which specifically provides that they administer, coordinate, and regulate all foreign businesses of the claimant. And on that note, the Sanaya Airport project is such a foreign business. In other words, it was something that was directed and controlled by the Chinese government, and in that sense amounts to a governmental function as well.
Is it your case that there is a benefit to the PRC government besides the funds flow that might co-arbitrator has referred to?
It is limited to the funds flow. I now turn to issue B, which pertains to the scope of the respondent's consent to exit arbitration. under Article 10 of the China-Yemen BIT. And before I take the tribunal to Article 10, I would like to make two preliminary points. The first is that the applicable principles for interpreting Article 10, I think are not in dispute. As directed by the Vienna Convention on the Laws of Treaties, the terms of Article 10 are to be given their ordinary meaning in their context and in light of the BIT's object and purpose. And recourse to supplementary means, such as the BIT's negotiating history and the circumstances of its conclusion, is permissible only to confirm that ordinary meaning or to determine that meaning when there is an ambiguity or results or leads to a result which is manifestly absurd or unreasonable. The second preliminary point is that the only official versions of the BIT are in Yemeni and Chinese. The English translation before the tribunal today is an unofficial one submitted by the claimants. While there are some inaccuracies in the English translation, we do not consider them to be material and are willing to accept its applicability, especially given it is the only version accessible by this tribunal. If I now may refer the tribunal to Article 10 of the BIT, which is found at page 14 and paragraph 50 of the award. Article 10.1 first provides for the parties to attempt to settle the dispute amicably. If the dispute cannot be settled amicably within 6 months, Article 10.2 then allows the investor to choose to submit the dispute to either A, the domestic court, or B, exit arbitration. And if the tribunal flips over the page, this is where the important proviso to Article 10.2 is. And it reads, it opens with, for this purpose, either contracting party shall give its irrevocable consent to the submission of any dispute relating to the amount of compensation for expropriation for resolution under such arbitration procedure. Other disputes submitted under such procedure shall be mutually agreed upon between both contracting parties. Now, the opening phrase, for this purpose, clearly means that the proviso is meant to operate to limit Article 10.2. And in this regard, the proviso plainly states that Yemen's consent to exit arbitration is confined to disputes relating to the amount of compensation for expropriation. Rather than referring to expropriation per se or to Article 4 of the BIT, which I will come to in a bit, the proviso refers to the amount of compensation for expropriation. We say this is an intentional distinction, which can only be understood as a limitation to the jurisdiction conferred by Article 10.2. Reading Article 10.2 to include disputes over other elements of an expropriation claim will simply ignore this intentional distinction adopted in the language of the proviso. Indeed, the proviso specifically deals with when such other aspects of an expropriation claim can be submitted to exit arbitration, i.e. when there is mutual agreement between the contracting parties. The ordinary meaning of Article 10.2 read with the proviso is therefore clear. It is a narrow clause that allows investors to choose exit arbitration only when the dispute is either A, over the amount of compensation for expropriation, or B, one over which the contracting parties had mutually agreed to submit to exit arbitration. And it follows that the proper forum for disputes that do not come within either of these categories is the Yemeni court. And this includes disputes over other elements of an expropriation claim, such as the claimant's present claim. And there is nothing inconsistent about this interpretation with the context of Article 10 or Article 4 of the BIT. Article 4 is the expropriation provision and can be found at page 18 of the award in the footnote at the bottom of the page. The tribunal, you can see Article 4 at the bottom of the page. Article 4.1 provides that for an expropriation to be compliant with the BIT, it must be A, for the public interest, B, by legal procedure, C, without discrimination, and D, against compensation. And it is perfectly possible for a Yemeni court to decide each of these elements without rendering the choice under Article 10.2 illusory. In particular, when deciding the last element of against compensation, the Yemeni court can confine its decision to whether compensation had been paid or not, and not decide or go further and decide the question of whether, if compensation had been paid, such compensation was adequate for the purposes of the BIT, whether under Article 4.2 or otherwise. It is open to the claimant to make clear from the outset that this particular question is reserved for exit arbitration under Article 10.2 of the BIT. And this gives full effect to the choice presented under Article 10.2. In fact, the claimant's broad reading of Article 10.2 would actually lead to an odd result, where some types of expropriation disputes can be submitted to exit arbitration, but others only to the Yemeni courts. On the claimant's interpretation, a dispute involving all elements of an expropriation claim, including one that involves quantum, can be submitted to exit arbitration. But a dispute that does not involve quantum issues, for example, it focuses only on whether there was discrimination or whether it was for the public interest, that dispute has to be heard by the Yemeni courts because it does not relate to the amount of compensation for expropriation. We say such an odd reading or odd result, it is not something that was intended. Insofar as the BIT's object and purpose is concerned, a balanced approach must be adopted when relying on general aspirational treaty preambles to rewrite what we say is a narrow jurisdictional clause in favor of an investor. A treaty obligation that is not supplemented by the grant to an investor of a right to enforce it at the international level is nevertheless a binding treaty obligation on the state that affords protection to the investor. Limiting exit arbitration to disputes over the amount of compensation or expropriation does not undermine the BIT's objective of promoting and protecting the investments. And finally, the circumstances of the BIT's conclusion actually confirms the narrow reading of Article 10.2. According to Professor An Chen, whose article I just submitted this afternoon, he took a comprehensive review of China's BITs beginning from China's first BIT with Sweden in 1982 and concludes that the China-Yemen BIT belongs to a family of BITs in the 1990s and early 2000s, where China's intention was and has always been to limit the scope of exit jurisdiction to investment disputes over expropriation, over the amount of compensation for expropriation. This in itself was an evolution from earlier BITs, which did not even have an investor-state dispute resolution clause. Indeed, when China ratified the Exit Convention in 1993, it submitted an Article 25.4 notification stating, which I quote, "The Chinese government would only consider submitting to the jurisdiction of the exit over compensation resulting from expropriation and nationalization." So Article 10.2 therefore represents a compromise between two competing considerations: China's reluctance to cede sovereignty in respect of investment disputes, and the concern of investors, which indeed is a legitimate one, against allowing the host state to play both judge and party in determining the extent of its liability, the monetary extent of its own liability.
May I ask you a question, please, Mr. Ang? So is it your case that the other investment treaties within the same category as this treaty, according to the article that you have brought to our attention, do they have the same wording that we see here in Article 10.2?
The one with the closest wording is the China-Peru BIT, which is discussed in the case of Zayab Sham. We say that decision is, with respect, wrongly decided. if the tribunal had considered the arguments that were put forward by me today, we say that the tribunal would have come to a different conclusion. Insofar as the Laos-China BIT is concerned, which I believe was covered in the Sanam decision, that BIT actually has significant differences in the language, which we say makes a difference. If the tribunal would indulge me, I can take the tribunal through that. Okay.
That won't be necessary. I was just wondering about whether there were other treaties with the same wording.
There were.
May I ask you, Council, one question on the language before we leave it? It's in the penultimate line of 10.2, at least as it is extracted in the page of the award to which you took us, external page 21. And the last sentence begins, other disputes submitted under such procedure shall be mutually agreed upon. I wanted to make sure I had clear your submission on what such procedure is.
The exit arbitration.
Any exit arbitration, not necessarily one limited to that referred to in the immediately preceding sentence, not necessarily limited to one that's limited to compensation and expropriation.
It would be all other disputes potentially arising from the BIT
that have been submitted to exit arbitration.
that have been submitted to exit arbitration, but that submission would only be valid if there was mutual agreement between the contracting parties.
And on that construction, does it follow that that mutual agreement arises after the submission to exit?
I believe so, or it could be after the conclusion of the BIT, but before the submission to exit.
Thank you, counsel. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Hear from your colleague.
Madam President, Madam President, members of the Tribunal, good afternoon. My name is Junat Choi, and it is an honor and pleasure to address you today. I will be presenting to you issues C and D, which are respondents' third and fourth jurisdictional objections. Now, what are these issues? First, issue C. You have already heard from my colleague, Mr. Ang, about issue B, that under the China-Yemen BIT, when an investor chooses to submit a dispute to an exit arbitration, the tribunal's jurisdiction is limited to the claims only relating to the amount of compensation for expropriation. During the exchange of written submissions between the parties, the claimant realized its weak position about this issue and now attempts to circumvent this limitation by the most favored nation or MFN clause. Respondent submits that the MFN clause cannot be interpreted in that way, and that is issue C. I will then address issue D, which is about whether claimant has made a qualified investment. Respondent submits that what claimant did in this case is simply entering into a construction work contract and made no such investment under the standards of the BIT or the exit convention. Starting with issue C, claimant asserts that the MFN clause allows it to invoke the dispute resolution clause of another BIT, namely the UK-Yemen BIT, and thus the tribunal's jurisdiction is not limited only to the amount of compensation for expropriation. Claimant's such interpretation is not consistent with the ordinary meaning and context of the terms used in the MFN clause, and also contrary to the intention of the contracting parties of the BIT. It would be helpful to look together at the MFN clause, and that is Article 3.1 of the China-Yemen BIT, which the tribunal members can find it at page 36 of the award, paragraph 112. Page 36 and paragraph 112. And I can also share it on the screen as well.
All right. I don't want you to waste time.
So, You will see here two paragraphs in Article 3, subclause 1, and claimant specifically relies on the second paragraph for issue C. So it is sufficient for this tribunal to analyze the second paragraph only for making a decision on this. And of course, the task of this tribunal is to interpret the specific terms of the MFN clause in this particular BIT. And in that regard, I respectfully ask members of the tribunal to give close attention to each wording used in this MFN clause, because they all provide important context for understanding the meaning of the key term treatment here. Now, the second paragraph reads, each contracting party shall, in accordance with its laws and regulations, ensure that treatment accorded to investors of the other contracting party in its territory. I'll skip the last part, shall be no less favorable than the most favored nation. Regarding this second paragraph, claimant avers that the term treatment here can mean to include dispute resolution mechanisms in other BITs. Respondent disagrees. What is the meaning of treatment here? Article 3.1 of the BIT refers to treatment that is accorded to investors by the contracting party. Please first take note of the word accorded to, which means to give or grant, and the subject of that action is, of course, the host state. So the ordinary meaning of treatment here is that it is an action or measure taken by the host state vis-a-vis foreign investors. The treatment should be something that the host state can decide whether or not it will be granting to investors at its own discretion. It is for that reason, treatment here is something that the state can and shall ensure to the investors, as stipulated in the second line of the second paragraph. Article 3.1 also requires the state's treatment, that the state's treatment is accorded to investors in accordance with its laws and regulations. Considering this context, treatment means that it is a state's regulatory measure imposed on the investors, and such treatment also implies a sovereign element. State measures that fall under this meaning of treatment may include taxation measures or other economic policies by the host state, but a dispute resolution mechanism in a BIT is not a regulatory or sovereign measure that a state unilaterally decides to implement toward foreign investors. Rather, the dispute resolution mechanism in this BIT is a proceeding that can be commenced by the choice of the investor.
Counsel, on that point, may I ask you one question? Does anything turn on the subject of the treatment? The language here is treatment accorded to investors. And an investor is, of course, at least the claimant says it is an investor in the relevant sense, before us. It can be a claimant in a proceeding with a local. Would there be any difference if it said treatment accorded to investments?
There could be different views on this. There are some international treaty arbitration cases that find that or concluded that there is not much difference. There are other cases that take a different view, but at least in this case, claimant does not consider the first paragraph, which talks about investment, as the most favored nation clause that they're relying on. So in that case, respondent submits that the tribunal does not have to consider the difference between investment and investor. In addition to the words that I just highlighted, there is more in the second paragraph of 3.1. And if you look at the emphases with bold letters at the second and third lines of the second paragraph, the term treatment is modified by the phrase in its territory. Accordingly, treatment is limited to those actions or measures that the respondent state takes within the Yemeni territory. However, an exit arbitration is not linked to the territory of any contracting party. To the contrary, and as the tribunal is well aware, there is no legal seat of arbitration in exit arbitration. International tribunals have also taken the same approach to the phrase in its territory in interpreting an MFN clause. For example, and for the record, they are CL 59, Bersheta versus Russian Federation, and RL 61, ICS inspection versus Argentina. I will not take you to those authorities now, but I will just quote one part from the latter RL 61 in ICS inspection versus Argentina at paragraph 309, in which the tribunal stated, quote, "It is difficult to see how an MFN clause containing this phrase in its territory could be applied to international arbitration proceedings without discounting the explicit territorial limitations upon the scope of the clause."
So what about the bigger argument that's commonly made that accepting all you said and we don't look at the individual bits, but you've got and accept that there's an investor with an investment doing something in Yemen, unless there is some neutral international arbitration, unless there's exit arbitration, then there's not really protection for what's happening in the event, in the project, at the airport, in the territory of Yemen, which makes you move beyond word by word Vienna Convention interpretation of this clause to the ultimate protection of it.
That's a great question, Madam President. The position of respondent is that, yes, a neutral exit arbitration can provide protection to foreign investors. However, it is also at the parties' will and intention to decide the scope of the disputes that can be heard in that exit arbitration. So as long as the contracting parties have agreed that certain disputes can only be heard through exit arbitration, we believe that that protection was mutually agreed and thus does not hurt the foreign investor regarding the protection.
You're relying really on consent.
Yes, it is. Now, on this MFN clause, respondent further submits that in addition to the wording of the clause, that claimant's interpretation is against the contracting party's intention of having a dispute resolution mechanism specifically arranged for the China-Yemen BIT of 1998. As my colleague Mr. Ang explained to you earlier, evidence shows that China's intention when concluding BITs in around the 1990s, including this China-Yemen BIT, was to limit the scope of the exit's jurisdiction in investment disputes to quantum only. The respondent Yemen agreed to that arrangement for signing the China-Yemen BIT, and that was reflected in Article 10.2 of the BIT, as you saw. And that intention or agreement between the parties should be upheld. I also note that the China-Yemen BIT was signed in 1998, whereas the UK-Yemen BIT, which the claimant is attempting to rely on, was signed in 1982, 16 years ago. And it could not have been Yemen's reasonable intention to intend that limitations. It specifically negotiated and agreed with China for this particular BIT would be replaced by the MFN clause with another dispute resolution mechanism. And that BIT was signed 16 years ago. My last point for issue C is that in Article 10.2 of the BIT, which is the dispute resolution mechanism clause, the contracting parties explicitly stated their, quote, irrevocable consent, unquote, with respect to the scope of exit's jurisdiction. So even in the case the tribunal concludes that the term treatment can mean to include dispute resolution mechanisms of other BITs, the more specific agreement of Article 10.2, which the contracting parties gave irrevocable consent, should prevail. Next, I will move on to issue D, whether the claimant has made a qualified investment in this case. Now, both claimant and respondent agree that in order for this tribunal to have jurisdiction, an investment should have been made by claimant satisfying the standards of both the definition of the BIT and also Article 21.5 of the ICSA Convention, or the so-called Salini test. The burden of proof is on the claimant, but claimant has failed to establish that it has made an investment that satisfies the BIT and the ICSA Convention. The simple question that the tribunal should ask about the alleged investment is, what did claimant really invest in Yemen? It is respondent's submission that just because claimant entered into a construction work contract in a foreign country, it does not mean it invested in that foreign country. To give you a little more background, adding to Ms. Ang's introduction, claimant entered into a construction contract in 2006 to build a third terminal in the Sana'a airport. Claimant was a general contractor of that project. It hired subcontractors to perform some steps of the work for a year or two, but that was all. We say that is not investment.
Sorry, could I just ask you a question there? So I note in your skeleton argument, you say the claimant has made no substantial contribution of assets or capital. So your case is that a multi-million-dollar construction contract, I think it's over $100 million. If you instruct subcontractors, there isn't a substantial contribution of either assets or capital. So I'm keeping an open mind, but just struggling to understand that in layman's terms, how this works on the ground without a substantial contribution of assets or capital. If you could explain it to me in the simplest terms possible, that'd be very much appreciated. Thank you.
Of course, in responding to your question, just let me move directly to the contribution element of the Salini test. So the contract price is, as Ms. Jhangiani mentioned, is $100 million US, but that was the contract price. It was not what claimant contributed or paid in the Yemen Sana'a airport, but it was the amount that claimant was about to be paid when it performed the construction works as agreed under the terms and schedule. So although the value of the project is $100 million US, that is not claimant's contribution. And the evidence is clear that the fund was actually provided by respondent itself and also the Arab Investment Fund. So the whole project was funded by the respondent side. Claimant was to only perform construction works as the general contractor, and that cannot be equated as substantial contribution, say.
Question that actually may be more for your colleague. I'm not sure. The way you are submitting right now, it sounds like you're saying it's just a construction contract, which is just what governments don't do. Okay, thank you.
Madam President. So just to come back to the contribution, that is the reason why claimant did not make or invested any substantial assets or capital as required both under the BIT and the Salini test. Also about the second element under the Salini test, the duration, that is not also met in this case, since claimant did not make, first of all, any contribution at all in this case. But the construction schedule, whatever period it is, that is only a schedule that the claimant had to comply with under the contract, and the construction schedule itself cannot be also equated as the duration as required under the Salini. But more importantly is the third element, the risk element of the Salini test. Claimant did not assume any risk to make a return as a venture by performing the construction works under the contract. Now, risk in the ordinary investment sense is the risk of failure by an investor to make a return on its contribution. It is a risk that the venture might not be profitable, or that it might cost more than originally expected. But there was no such risk because claimant will have been paid a fixed amount in total of 100 million US dollars, so long as it had carried out the construction works as required under the contract. Respondent submits that is not a risk being assumed through the Shanghai Airport project.
Council, may I ask a question on the payment of $100 million? And I fear I may be repeating Ms. Jhangiani's question. If I'm doing that, I'm sorry, but I want to make sure I have your position. Why is that payment of $100 million owed to the claimant under the contract if its conditions were satisfied, not a claim to performance having an economic value in the meaning of 1C of the treaty?
Regarding the performance for the claim to the performance, respondent submits that claimant's claim in this arbitration is merely compensation of money that arises out of the alleged expropriation. We say that should be differentiated from claim to performance having any economic value, and claimant does not pursue any claim to performance of respondent in this arbitration. That is the part of the definition of the BIT part, but also in connection with this test, the elements that I have just mentioned, that simple alleged claim to pay money cannot constitute an investment because claimant did not contribute any assets or took any risk for pursuing that claim in this arbitration.
Is it your case, therefore, that it could be an investment within the meaning of the BIT, but not within the meaning of the
it would be my position that claimant's claim for compensation of money because of the expropriation does not fall under claim to performance. However, if the tribunal finds that satisfies the definition, still the selling test elements does not. Now, to sum up my arguments, Madam President and members of the tribunal, in reading the term in Article 3.1 of the China Union BIT, MFN clause within its ordinary meaning and the context it is used there, it cannot mean to refer to an exit arbitration in another BIT, which is not a host state's active measure or action or policy that the state can unilaterally decide. Also, interpreting the term otherwise, it would be against the contracting party's intention, as I have explained. And in addition, claimant failed to establish that it made substantial contribution for a certain duration, assuming a venture risk through this specific construction contract. For all these reasons, we respectfully ask the tribunal to decide that it lacks jurisdiction to hear claimant's claim.
Thank you. Counsel, both of you, for the respondent. Now we will hear from claimant, please.
Thank you very much, Madam President, and greetings to the rest of the members of the tribunal and to my opposing counsels who are present in Maxwell Chambers today. It is at the outset, I must confess that we are a little jealous of the respondents' counsel who are in the Maxwell Chambers. But nevertheless, Ms. Dai Kim and I, representing the claimants, will be submitting our submissions remotely. And for the purpose of the legal exhibits, we may trouble this tribunal by a small slide deck because we couldn't really offer a physical hard copy. Also, we respect Ms. Lucy Greenwood a bit more. If I may share the presentation. Members of the tribunal, as I indicated, as the counsels for the claimant, I will be addressing issue A and issue B, and Ms. Dai Kim will be addressing issue C and issue D. We will try to mirror the structure followed by the respondent's counsel, and we will be addressing any questions of the tribunal going forward. Firstly, at the outset, just to clarify on two factual metrics, that firstly, the contract that we entered into with the respondent's state was with an entity called KAMA. Now, this KAMA is a civil aviation meteorology authority with whom we negotiated and entered into the contract, which is not disputed by the respondents. And we entered into this contract with the respondent solely on the commercial terms and merits of our open auction bidding. Secondly, it is not disputed by the respondent that the contract was terminated in 2009 for alleged commercial poor performance. Now, these two facts are undisputed before this tribunal. However, at the very outset, claimant would dispute what the respondents' counsel in the very preliminary stage pointed out, that claimant sole purpose is to advance Chinese national interest. Now, this factual matrix would be demonstrated in the course of my first issue. Moving
Mr.
forward to the
Keshav,
first.
I'm so sorry to interrupt you, but I'm having a little difficulty in hearing you. Would you mind seeing if you could go a little bit closer to your microphone, please, if that were possible?
Sure, Madam
I'm
Arbitrator.
sorry to interrupt your flow. Please do continue.
No worries. I hope it is better now.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Arbitrator. Advancing to the issue A, which is whether the claimant is a national of under contracting state, which we submit in affirmative. And I would want to take this tribunal again to Article 25(1), which the respondent counsel took this tribunal to. However, relying on the brochures test, which was again placed reliance by the respondent's counsel. Now, if we have to take the jurisdiction of this tribunal, we are satisfying both the tests. That is, one, we are not acting as an agent for the government, and two, we are not discharging any essentially governmental functions. And when I say we, I meant the claimant in the present proceedings. For this, reliance can also be drawn to Article 5 and Article 8 of the draft articles on state responsibility, which the respondents' counsel took this tribunal to Article 8 only. But may I trouble this tribunal to place reliance on specific word in both Article 5 and Article 8? That is, the conduct of the state-owned entity should be considered in the particular instance. In this instance being the construction and maintenance of an international airport terminal facility. Secondly, in carrying out this function, whether the claimant acted on the national interest and the direction control of the Chinese government is the second element under Article 8 that the claimant's counsel would place reliance on. Addressing to the factual metrics, members of the tribunal, firstly, we have to look at the structural elements, that is the articles of association, as to how the claimant's entity has been operated and directed. As you can see on the slide there, Article 7 of the Articles of Association provides that it is a solely independent entity insofar as profits and losses are concerned. So it has to bear its own profits and losses. So even though there may be shareholders from the Chinese government in the claimant's company, that does not mean that their control and exercise sole function is to advance national interests of the Chinese government. Before I move forward to the next limb of the brochures test, I must also point out, as I pointed out at the very beginning, we entered into this contract by an open auction bidding. So our commercial terms were found to be meritorious. And we were not the only one in the open auction bidding. There were two other players who were also acting in their commercial capacity. So when the respondent chose us, the claimant, they chose solely because we are having a good commercial deal in the lowest value and not because we are an agent of the Chinese government. If that was the case, they would have made it explicitly clear, as it is done in many other instances. Now, for example, just to correlate, if I have to take the Changi airport in Singapore, now Singapore's airport construction company has been quite popular in developing many airports across the globe. That doesn't mean that in every project or every country that they develop an airport, doesn't mean that they're acting on the behest of the Singaporean government. So similarly, in the second limb of Broche's test, the claimant is not discharging any of the essentially governmental functions. Now, for this, reliance could be placed on the CSOB versus Slovak Republic case, which has also embodied the Broche's test in verbatim. Now, to determine the governmental functions, the main purpose is irrelevant. It should be on the nature of activities. Now, this case is very simple case of a construction of an airport terminal facility. Now, in no way whatsoever, claimant is advancing the national interest of the Chinese government. If that was the case, then it could have probably been advancement of the language or the culture or something else, but definitely not with the purpose of just building an airport terminal facility. Now, this case also goes on to state that even if the state or entity is promoting the governmental policies of the state, those activities themselves are not essentially governmental in nature, insofar as we can provide that it is commercial in nature as well. So therefore, it is our humble submission before this tribunal that one, claimant is not an agent of the Chinese government in the particular instance. And secondly, we are not discharging any of the essentially governmental functions of the Chinese government in this particular project. Now, assuming that this tribunal finds that we are discharging any of the governmental functions, think of the repercussions that would have happened or could have happened. Let's say the respondent state did not agree with our commercial contract or commercial performance. Then if it was that, if respondent agrees that we are not following the Chinese, my apologies, if the respondent has terminated the contract because they did not agree with the Chinese governmental policies, then the repercussions of a potential national security threat or a military aggression would have been far more severe. So therefore, when the claimant's karma, or when the respondent's karma, my apologies, terminated the contract, they only did so because of the alleged poor performance in the contract, and not because we were discharging any of the Chinese governmental policies. With this, if I may move forward to the second issue at hand, that is whether this tribunal's jurisdiction is restricted to only disputes of quantum of compensation, or whether there can be the issues of liability as well that could be adjudicated by this tribunal.
I do have one question before you move on, sir. Couldn't it be said that it is in the interest of the Chinese government to be seen to be able to go out in the world and build big infrastructure projects and airports for improvement of its reputation and the respect for its power?
I absolutely agree with you, Madam President. But the concern that I have here is that even if the claimant is advancing any of the national interests of the Chinese government in improving their trade relations or general face value across the globe in their infrastructure development, that does not mean that they're essentially discharging a governmental function, because governmental function involves the sovereign entity to come and play in its own territory. But here we just are a commercial entity discharging a commercial function. So what CSOB versus Slovak Republic did, the tribunal in that case, is that even if those activities seem to promote governmental policies as what you indicated to us, even then the tribunal has held that they are not sufficient to throw away the claimant's case and oust the jurisdiction of the tribunals in exit proceedings. If that answers your question, Madam President.
Not really, but do go on.
Thank you very much, Madam. Moving forward to my issue B, and if I've not answered your question adequately, I'll come back to it in the rebuttals, in the closing submissions. Insofar as Article 10 of the China-Yemen BIT, which was taken through almost in verbatim by the Respondents' Council, I would like to just place glance on the first word of Article 10, paragraph 1, which starts with any dispute. And the second paragraph starts with if the dispute. So now just taking a step back on any dispute, and in the second paragraph, when they talk about the dispute, they're talking about there's only one category of dispute, that is any dispute. So if any dispute has arisen between the parties, then the investor has an option to either go before a national court or before the exit tribunal. Now, these are the main elements of paragraph 1 and subparagraph and paragraph 2. However, the problem arises, which the respondents have alleged, in the proviso, which is on the right side of the screen, where the question of compensation or the determination of amount of compensation for expropriation can only be adjudicated by exit tribunal, is what the respondents have claimed to suggest. However, we may draw reference to the Article 31 of the Vienna Convention of Law of Treaties before I come back to the text of Article 10 again of the BIT. Now, this tribunal we request to give ordinary meaning, which is harmonious in nature, and which the other tribunals have dealt with. And to answer Ms. Jhangiani's question, which was posed in the earlier session, there are other BITs as well, where similarly worded structures have been given a favorable jurisdiction to the claimants, investors. One of which is the case of Zayap versus Peru, which the claimants counsel was referring to. This case involved the word involving, but the word in the present case it has the word relating to. Now, though the word relating to and involving seems to be not so similar, what the tribunal in this case states is that there should be a bona fide interpretation of these words. Now, the reason why they give a bona fide interpretation is that, as the respondents' counsel was arguing, in that generation of BITs, generally it was restricted to have not all disputes for exit tribunals. That doesn't mean that tribunals have stepped forward. For example, in the next case, that is Sanam Investment case, which is the Lao China BIT, even in this case, the tribunal was very cautious that in cases of direct or indirect expropriation, which is the present case as well, the investor should be given a multitude of opportunities. Now, they say this because if the case is that on one hand, you attract investments to a host state and you invite them to contribute to the economical development of the host state, and on the other hand, you don't give them any protection, that frustrates the whole purpose of having a bilateral investment treaty in the first place. Now, this is exactly why I take this tribunal back to Article 31 and Article 32, Article 31, paragraph 1 and Article 31, paragraph 2 of the Vienna Convention of Law of Treaties. Because to understand the real intention behind the framers of this treaty, we also need to look at the preamble. Now, this preamble, which you can see on the slide here, favors a free flow of investment. It stimulates business communication. It intensifies economical cooperation between the two contracting states. It is for these reasons that we urge this tribunal that a favorable jurisdiction should be granted by adopting a bona fide and a broader interpretation of Article 10. Now, going back to Article 10, as I promised before, you can see that the word relating to is being used. And let's say that I, as an investor, invest in a country X, and I have a claim for expropriation. Going by the respondent's logic, I first have to go before the respondent's host national courts. And if I don't win anything there, then I have no other remedy. But if I do win a case there, then for the amount of compensation, I'll have to come back to exit. Now, that argument seems logical to some extent. But if we have to come back to the same jurisdiction, their argument that once you choose one forum, you cannot come back to another is also evident in the same BIT, because there is a fork in the road provision in in paragraph 2 of Article 10. So therefore, the word or, which you can see after subparagraph A, clearly provides that as an investor, claimant has only one option, that is either go before the national courts or before the investment tribunal of exit. Now, the moment we go before national courts, we're essentially deprived of coming back to an exit tribunal for determination of compensation. So, which is why we ask, irrespective whether the claim is for a fair and equitable treatment discrimination or most favored nations discrimination, or it could be an expropriation. Here we ask this tribunal that when there is a question of the same nature, such as the liability of expropriation and the quantum of expropriation, this tribunal should adopt a broader understanding of Article 10 and give this claimant the jurisdiction and assume jurisdiction by this tribunal to hear the claims of the claimant.
May I ask you one question before you leave that slide? I want to make sure I understand your submission on what you characterized as the fork in the road clause. Do I understand it correctly that it's your case that we should read the word or separating A and B of Article 10 to imply a fork in the road clause?
Indeed, Mr. Arbitrator. So if there's a dispute and I, as an investor, I either have the option of going before a national court or before an exit tribunal. That option is given to me as an investor. But the moment I go before a national court, I do not have the option of going before an exit tribunal later on.
The treaty doesn't actually say that, does
it? It doesn't say that, but going by the respondent's logic, they are restricting all the BITs of that generation to say that the respondent or the Chinese government intended that a limited understanding of the BIT give only limited jurisdiction to the investors of respective states. So therefore, going by the respondent's logic, as an investor, the investor is left with no other option but to come before an exit tribunal and ask for its competence to be tested, which is exactly what the claimant is doing in the present proceedings. Because the competence, at least in exit proceedings, will ask the tribunal to test its own jurisdiction.
But the investor could simply take the quantum question to the Yemeni court, could it not? It could take both the liability and quantum questions to the Yemeni court.
Indeed, but if we look at the proviso to paragraph 2, it starts with, for this purpose, either contracting party shall give irrevocable consent to the submission of any dispute to the amount of compensation for expropriation for such arbitration procedure. It does not use the word national courts. So if I go before the national court for liability and I still win the case there, for the amount of compensation, I cannot go before the same national court because the word in the BIT says arbitration procedure. So therefore, the only arbitration procedure which is contemplated under Article 10 of the BIT is an exit arbitration proceeding. So therefore, the fork in the road clause restricts the claimant investor to choose either the national courts or the exit tribunal, if that answers your question, Mr. Arbitrator.
I have your submissions. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving forward, I see that my time is almost running, but just to sum up on the preamble of the China-Yemen BIT, it is our position that because the tribunals in the past have given consideration to a harmonious and bona fide interpretation of such definitions of limited dispute resolution clauses, the context of this preamble makes it crystal clear that tribunals have generally given a favorable approach to adopt a lenient approach to the jurisdiction of the tribunal, and therefore the claimant humbly submits that this tribunal's jurisdiction is not restricted to only disputes of quantum of compensation. Thank you very much for your kind attention. I remain available for any questions.
Thank you, sir. Now we will hear from your colleague.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam President and the members of the tribunal. I'll be addressing issues C and D today. As Mr. Choi kindly summarized, issue C relates to the MFN clause and issue D relates to the definition of investment. So I'll start my presentation with issue C. As my co-counsel, Mr. Keshamardi, has submitted under issue B, Article 10.2 is broad enough to support exit jurisdiction for claimants' claims. That said, in addition to Article 10.2, an even broader dispute resolution provision in the UK MMBIT can be imported by the MFN clause of the China MMBIT. And accordingly, the tribunal has jurisdiction to adjudicate claimants' claims. This issue is relevant to this case as the dispute resolution provision, as alleged by the respondent, appears to be very limited. Claimant's submission is that such limitation can be circumvented by the MFN clause at issue. For the tribunal's reference, the UK MMBIT provides that any legal dispute arising between the contracting party and a national or company of the other contracting party concerning an investment of the latter is to be submitted to exit arbitration. In short, this provision provides for exit arbitration for any legal dispute. By incorporating this clause through the MFN clause in Article 3.1, the claimant benefits from the more favorable provisions of UK MMBIT, which permits dispute resolution under exit for any legal dispute arising out of the claimant's investments. Today, Respondents' Counsel Mr. Choi relied on the text of the MFN clause to argue that dispute resolution mechanism is not covered. Claimant respectfully disagrees. As Mr. Choi addressed in his presentation, the MFN provision at issue is Article 3.1 of the BIT. As the tribunal will see, the first paragraph provides for fair and equitable treatment, and the second paragraph provides for most favored nation treatment. Respondent's position can be summarized into four main arguments as laid out in its skeleton for oral submission. Respondent's first argument is that the term treatment accorded to investors refers to action or measure taken by the host state, such as regulatory measures or policy implementations. According to respondent, this does not cover dispute resolution mechanism. Claimant disagrees. At the outset, the text of the provision does not include any explicit limitation on the scope of the application of the MFN treatment. Rather, it refers to the treatment accorded to investors with respect to the activities relating to their investments. So this includes dispute settlement, which forms a highly relevant part of the activities relating to the investor's investments. Mr. Choi tries to draw a distinction between substantive rights and procedural rights, but such distinction does not carry weight. In BITs, the availability of international arbitration and access to dispute resolution is probably the most important part of the treatments foreign investors and the states of their nationality are looking for. Moreover, access to arbitration is inevitably related to substantive treatment and is an integral part of the investment protection. So therefore, there is no reason to suppose, absent some specific language in the BIT, that MFN standard should be applied to only substantive rights and not to procedural aspects of the dispute, including claimant's entitlement to pursue arbitration. Respondents' counsel next argued that the treatment should be accorded in the host state's territory. Under this logic, exit arbitration is not covered because it is not, as Mr. Choi puts it, inherently linked to the territory of any host state. In support of this argument, the Respondents' Counsel relied on the different placement of the wording in the territory between the FET and MFN provisions. The claimant disagrees with the respondent's reading of this text. First, reliance on the differing terms is highly formalistic and artificial distinction that needs to be rejected. This is because, for the purposes of applying the MFN clause, there is no special significance to the differential use of the term investors or investments in the treaty. As you can see on my slide, there are at least three different cases where the tribunals took this position. regarding differential use of the terms, which includes Simmons, Rentafor, and Plama cases. Whether a claimant submits that the parties made stylistic drafting choice and respondent's position would accord an importance that was not intended by the parties. In fact, our humble position is that territorial requirements should be read flexibly as to mean jurisdictional capacity of the state and not geographical limitation. International arbitration is not per se grounded outside the legal order of the state. That is, respondent has an obligation.
I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Yes, please,
Can I ask
Mr.
a
Lingard.
question which arises from the slide you're currently showing, which I understand to be in support of your submission that there's no meaningful distinction between the use of investor and investment. And my question is similar to one I asked counsel for the responder. Is there not a way in which that distinction, notwithstanding your submission here, might be helpful to you? In other words, that the latter part of the MFN clause, in its specific reference to investor, covers a putative claimant in a proceeding, regardless of what its investment is or isn't, and therefore is better suited to encompass procedural rights, because those procedural rights attach to the person of the investor, and the MFN clause expressly so extends to the person of the investor exercising those procedural rights? Or is that not part of your submission?
Just to apologize beforehand, I have a hard time hearing Mr. Lingard, but as I understand, the question was referring to whether the interpretation by the respondent's position actually in any way supports our position as well. Is that correct?
That was certainly part of the question. Why don't you start?
So my understanding of this issue in particular, with regards to the BIT at hand, is because of the placement of the word treatment and in the territory in a particular places in the BIT text, and also whether also because the way they modifies investors and investments lead to a conclusion that the BIT, when the parties agreed to the BIT, they only consented to apply the MFN standard to the investment, not the investors. So naturally, whatever the claimant is entitled to as based on the BIT has to be taken in place in the territory of the host state, in this case, Republic of Yemen. And because of that, as international arbitration is not located in the host state, it's not covered under this MFN provision. So with all due respect, claimant's position is that artificial distinction or the strict reading of the text is not relevant in this case, and we have to look at the broader purpose and objective of the BIT based on the preamble. I hope that answered your question.
I have the position. Thank you.
So is your submission that we overlook the words in its territory and we just look at the bigger picture? Did I understand you correctly?
Just to clarify, our position is that the parties, when they entered into this BIT, did not put a lot of weight into how they were going to make stylistic or textual choices, and because of that, our position is that whereas we can also look into the text of the treaty, we also need to look at the purpose and objective and assess as a whole what the parties' intentions were. And our position is that. Thank you.
No, sorry, please continue. I thought you had finished, but please finish the point and then go on. Thank you.
Yes, I was just going to say that our position is that as a whole, the party's intention was to not limit the scope of the MFN standard and exclude the dispute resolution mechanism. So if I may continue. So we were talking about differential use of the terms, but let me move on to the term treatment that the counsel for respondent addressed. I'll submit that international arbitration itself is not the treatment to which the MFN obligation applies. It is the consequence or the effect of respondent's treatment. Specifically, the treatment in this case refers to the respondent's jurisdictional challenge on claimant's pursuit of international arbitration arising out of respondent's expropriation of claimant's investments. And this is what the claimant is complaining of. In this regard, claimants reject respondent's reading of the MFN clause and maintain that the proper interpretation of the MFN clause supports the claimant's position, taking into account the preamble, which describes the object and purpose of the BIT, which is to encourage or stimulate the flow of foreign investments. Given the treaty's objectives and the proper reading of the text, claimant requests the tribunal to adopt an interpretation of the terms of the MFN clause that ensures the promotion of, quote, favorable conditions for investment by investors, unquote. Now, moving on to respondent's third argument. Respondent's position is that interpreting the MFN clause otherwise would be against the contracting party's intention. However, as my co-counsel has demonstrated, the parties had no intention to limit the scope of the dispute resolution, and Article 10.2 does not restrict the tribunal's jurisdiction. Mr. Choi referred to the years when the two BIT entered into force and argued that China-Yemen BIT with a later date reflects the party's intention to limit the scope. But what Mr. Choi disregards is the existence of the MFN clause. I will address this later in my submissions. In any event, if respondent's argument is correct, it merely supports the claimant's point that the dispute resolution clause under the Yemen-UK BIT is indeed broader than the one provided under the China-Yemen BIT. And finally, respondent's counsel also argued that the claimant has given its consent under Article 10.2, which should prevail when it is in conflict with other provisions. At the outset, there is no conflict between the two provisions. Article 10.2 is a dispute resolution clause, and Article 3.1 is a MFN clause, which allows for incorporating the broader dispute resolution available under other BITs. In any event, if the scope of Article 10.2 is as narrow as respondent alleges, the respondent has, through the MFN provision, consented to submit investment disputes to exit arbitration, regardless of the scope of the dispute resolution provision in the China-Yemen BIT. As the tribunal in Rose Invest noted, the very nature and intention of the MFN clause is to provide protection not granted in one treaty by transferring the protection from another treaty. So respondent's position about the conflict between the two articles is not relevant based on this context. For the sake of completeness, while Mr. Choi cited two cases in support of his position, claimant also submits that there are other cases that support the claimant's position. Slide 22 provides an excerpt of the Impregio case, and as you can see, there is a massive volume of case law finding that more favorable dispute settlement clauses in other BITs can be incorporated by MFN clauses. And other examples of cases also include Siemens, Maffesini, and Rose Invest. Relevant parts are extracted in this slide for the tribunal's reference. In this regard, claimant would like to note that the jurisprudence regarding the application of MFN clauses is not fully consistent, and that there is no doctrine of binding precedent for exit proceedings. In short, the scope of the MFN clause extends to dispute settlement, and by operation of the MFN clause, the dispute resolution provisions of UK-Yemen BIT can be imported into the China-Yemen BIT. Accordingly, the claimant requests the tribunal to dismiss the respondent's jurisdictional objection in relation to the MFN clause. Before I turn to issue D, which concerns the definition of investment, let me remind the tribunal of the relevant facts. As briefly mentioned by my co-counsel, in 2006, claimant entered into a construction contract with CAMA for the international terminal building at Sana'a International Airport. By this contract, claimant undertook the construction at a contract price in excess of 100 million US dollars. In connection to its work for this project, claimant invested its plan, equipment, and materials, and claimant's know-how was employed, and claimant's employees and personnel were at the project site to carry out relevant works. There were also subcontracts executed in relation to the projects to which claimant was a party to and had claims to performance having an economic value. Claimant also agreed to issuing bank guarantees. The construction continued until July 2009 when respondents started. Yes, please.
Just refer to the bank guarantees. Can I understand that you don't submit, do you, that the bank guarantees are themselves an investment? In other words, you think joint mining is correctly decided?
That is correct. So this fact is relevant to our argument in relation to the claimant's claim for performance of my apologies. For bank guarantees, we are submitting that we can make a reasonable inference, although we don't have all the facts available before us, that by issuing bank guarantees, they reasonably could have used spent commissions for the bank to issue these bank guarantees. So our argument is that in relation to the bank guarantees, there may have been investments that are relevant in this context.
Oh, I see. Okay, thank you.
Thank you for that question. So the construction continued until July 2009, and the respondent started to unlawfully deprive the claimant of its investment. Respondents' counsel argued that claimant's investment does not satisfy the standards of an investment under the BIT and the Exit Convention. Claimant disagrees. In fact, the facts sufficiently demonstrate that claimant's investment qualifies as investment under both instruments. The China-Yemen BIT defines investment as every kind of asset and capital invested. Claimant's contribution in terms of know-how and other movable properties such as equipment, materials, and personnel clearly has an economic value and falls within the meaning of every kind of asset and capital. The definition also lists claims to any performance having an economic value as a type of investment. To answer Ms. Jhangiani and Mr. Lingard's questions to Mr. Choi, claimant's humble position is that such claimant's rights arose out of the subcontracts, and also claimant's claims for compensation for expropriation falls under the type of investment referred to in this part of the definition. In particular to the latter, when the claimant entered into a contract, it was aware of the protection available under the BIT and that it was entitled to compensation if the respondent breached its obligations under the BIT. In this regard, also please note that this definition is wide-ranging and open. While certain investments are highlighted, the list is not exclusive. Therefore, other intangible assets or capital such as know-how or plans can qualify as investment. Claimant's investments also satisfy the criteria under the Exit Convention. First, it is not disputed that the claimant provided and imported the necessary equipment and qualified personnel and made other contributions. Claimant therefore made substantial contribution in money and in kind. And here, contribution should not only be looked at in financial terms, but also in terms of know-how, equipment, personnel, and services. In any event, claimant provided bank guarantees, as I mentioned before, and possibly incurred bank commission charges, thereby making financial contribution to the project. Second, Mr. Choi argued the construction schedule contemplated under the contract cannot be equated with the duration. However, he disregards the fact that the claimant's work in Yemen lasted for more than 3 years. This easily satisfied the minimum length of time upheld by the Salini, and the minimum length of time required under the standard, I believe, is from 2 to 5 years. The contribution made by claimant exposed it to various risks associated with the respondent terminating contract permanently, and also other risks, but most importantly, the very existence of this dispute is an indication of the risk claimant assumed. Lastly, claimant's investment made in relation to the construction represent a significant contribution to the host state's economic development, in a sense that it is connected to improving the airport infrastructure of the country, thereby promoting tourism, foreign investment, domestic ease of business, as well as creating favorable atmosphere for the country. All in all, the significance of claimant's contribution is also reflected in the contract price, which is in excess of $100 million. As Mr. Choi didn't address the issue relating to the registration, I'll skip this part of my submission. In short, claimant's rights required under the contract falls under the investment definition of both BIT and also the ICSID Convention. For the foregoing reasons, the claimant submits that the tribunal in this case has jurisdiction to hear the claimant's claims and respectfully requests the tribunal to dismiss the respondent's jurisdictional objections in their entirety. This concludes the claimant's opening presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kim. Now we will take a brief recess for counsel to prepare their 10-minute closing submissions. Let's come back 5:30. Back at 5:30. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kim. All right, we're ready to reconvene for the last lap. We will hear 10-minute closing submissions first from counsel for respondents and then for the claimant.
Thank you, Madam President. I just have a few points to make in response to Mr. Kashaf's submissions. In respect of issue A, I have 2 points to make. The first is Mr. Kashaf's point that the airport project is commercial in nature and cannot be characterized as the exercise of a governmental function. And I think this is also related to the point raised by Madam President that the construction of a foreign airport is not typically an activity that governments engage in. Our response is that neither of these factors detracts from the fact that the Sanaya Airport project was a foreign business administered, coordinated, and regulated by the PRC Foreign Economic and Trading Department, notwithstanding that the claimant is the counterparty to the contract. The claimant is therefore clearly acting as the Chinese government's agent in respect of the airport project, and that disqualifies it from exit jurisdiction under Article 25(1). The second point is Mr. Kashaf's point that if the claimant was acting as an agent for the Chinese government, then the consequences of the dispute would somehow be more severe as it would involve an interstate dispute and that this cannot be the case. With respect, this puts the cart before the horse. Whether the respondents' conduct are in substance conduct as against the Chinese state depends on whether the claimant was in fact acting as an agent of the Chinese government or not, and we say that it was. I now turn to issue B, and I would like to come back and focus on the text and context of Article 10, the object and purpose of the BIT, and the circumstances of its conclusion. First, on the text, Mr. Kashaf drew parallels with the case of Zayab Sham, where the specific words used in the China-Peru BIT in that case was disputes involving the amount of compensation for expropriation. The tribunal in that case concluded that involving is wide enough to include disputes over all aspects of an expropriation claim. Mr. Kashaf says this is the same for the words relating to that we find in the China-Yemen BIT. However, if that was what was really intended, Article 10(2) of the China-Yemen BIT would simply refer to disputes relating to expropriation. But it does not. Instead, it refers to disputes relating to the amount of compensation for expropriation. And this distinction is intentional, and the tribunal should not ignore it by broadening the scope of Article 10(2). Next, on to the context. And in this regard, Mr. Kashaf says that in light of the fork in the road under Article 10(2), if the claimant goes to the Yemeni court to decide liability for expropriation, it will later be precluded from going to exit arbitration on a dispute as to quantum. We say this is a false premise. The Yemeni court can decide liability without determining the amount of compensation that is due, assuming liability is found. In that circumstance, the investor can then choose whether quantum should continue to be heard by the Yemeni court or to exit arbitration. And this is the scope of the choice or consent that is found in Article 10(2). And we say it would be improper to override or rewrite this narrow consent based on the general aspiration to promote investments. Indeed, the promotion of investments is not the sole consideration in concluding BITs. Other key considerations, such as whether the state contracting parties are willing or unwilling to cede control of their sovereignty over certain types of investment disputes, are equally important. And this is precisely the case here. So in summary, the text and context of Article 10, the object and purpose of the BIT, and the circumstances of its conclusion all point towards the narrow reading of Article 10(2). And accordingly, the tribunal has no jurisdiction over the present dispute, which extends to matters beyond the amount of compensation for expropriation. I'll now pass on the time to Mr. Choi.
Thank you, members of the tribunal. I have first 2 points about issue C, the MFN clause. Ms. Kim described my arguments using the terms substantive rights and procedural rights. With due respect, that was not the term or wordings I used during my submissions. And in fact, respondents admit that such distinction and the use of the term rights, whether it's substantive or procedural, could be a misleading reading of the MFN clause. MFN clause is not about the rights that the investor can exercise. Rather, it is a treatment that the host states accords or give or grant to the investors. And we have heard no response from Ms. Kim in reading that specific term. Ms. Kim also relied on several other treaty arbitration cases that supports or concluded that MFN extends to dispute resolution mechanisms. I cannot address all of them, but I must mention that Ms. Kim failed to analyze the similarities or the differences between each specific clauses contained in the DITs. And I will point you to only one example, which was the first authority that Ms. Kim showed, which was CL 95 Impreglio versus Argentina. In that specific Argentine and Italy BIT, the MFN clause, which was Article 3.1, it contained the phrase that the treatment in that MFN clause, quote, applies to all other matters regulated by this agreement, unquote. And because of that very phrase, the MFN clause could extend to the dispute resolution mechanism, whereas the China-Yemen BIT MFN clause does not have that special device to extend or expand the ordinary meaning of treatment. Now about issue D, whether claimant made a qualified investment. I understand that perhaps including myself, we are all familiar with many treaty arbitration cases that arising out of construction projects. That's why it is easy to think that once an alleged foreign investor entered into a construction project, it can easily qualify as an investment. But respondents admit that not all construction contracts equate or qualifies as an investment within the meaning of the ICSID convention. And I should elaborate that this in terms and in regards with both contribution and risk, because these are interrelated. For example, in this specific Sana Airport project, what claimant actually performed or did was only the role of a general contractor. It collected and hired subcontractors, perhaps brought some equipment material for building the project, but it did not, for example, committed to operate the terminal or airport after completion of the airport. And therefore, it cannot assume any risk from simply performing the role of the general contractor. And also regarding the equipment, material, or even bank guarantees, know-hows that was alleged by Ms. Kim to be the contribution, respondents admit that if those were substantial contribution, then the subcontractors who also participated in this project must also be regarded as making investment in the same way as the claimant itself, which means that once any player or party participated in a large construction project, it could be an investor, it could have been regarded as making investment. We say there should be a line to be drawn there. Equipment that was not transferred to the Yemeni government, material that was used was procured by respondents' funds, bank guarantees. Ms. Kim mentioned about the commissions paid, but there's no evidence that was paid to the Yemeni banks. And also compared to the funds provided by the respondent, we say that commission is not substantial. Lastly, Ms. Kim also mentioned about the know-how, which was not corroborated with evidence. We say this was the third terminal building of the airport. There was the first and second terminal built by others, and this was not a special building. And we say there was nothing special about the know-how that claimant contributed to the construction project of the Sana Airport. For all of these reasons, we ask the tribunal to decide that maximum.
Thank you. Now we'll hear from counsel for claimant, please.
Thank you very much, Madam President. For the issue A and issue B, I'll take 5 minutes of tribunal's time. in addressing Mr. T.'s arguments on issue A and B as well. Firstly, the counsel for the respondent argued on the PRC's Foreign Economic and Trading Department statement, which dates back to 1994. Now, that document clearly authorized the claimant to undertake such foreign businesses, which shall be controlled and monitored by the Chinese government. But this contract in place is from 2006 to 2009. The reason why I draw this difference in years is because let's assume that from 1994 till date, that's 2022, does this mean that any activity undertaken by the claimant company is everything in the interest of the national and sovereign interest of the Chinese government? Definitely no. There could be commercial aspects to this commercial corporation. There could be a national interest as well. The interest that needs to be drawn here is in this particular project, whether undertaking a construction of a international airport terminal facility, would that classify as promotion and development of the respondent state's national interest or the Chinese government's national interest? Now, we answer definitely no, because this is purely a commercial activity which we took as a commercial risk and which we took as a commercial loss. So therefore, even if this document, which dates back to 1994, authorizes us that we should undertake such governmental functions or governmental activities, does not mean that every activity that we undertake is a governmental function. Secondly, in issue B, the Respondents' Council drew the tribunal's at a distinction between the words relating to amount of compensation and relating to compensation. Now, this distinguishment is irrelevant for the simple reason that if I may quickly share the screen, you will note that in the same Article 10, Article 10(2) of the BIT, which provides for fork in the road, but the proviso to that states that for this purpose, either contracting party shall give its irrevocable consent for the submission of dispute to arbitration procedure. So therefore, even if going by respondents' logic, claimants win the case before Yemeni's court for liability of compensation, but for quantum of compensation, the claimant company is mandated to come before an exit tribunal. Now, going by that logic, it defeats the whole purpose of having fork in the road clause in the BIT, where it says may be submitted at the choice of the investor to either a national court, a competent court of the contracting party, or the exit tribunal. So therefore, we can't have the cake and eat it too. So therefore, it clearly restricts the claimant to either go before one forum, and that forum, as Article 31 of the Vienna Convention of Law of Treaties, asks this tribunal to read the terms in the simplest meaning and to give a broader interpretation. So that ends my closing submission.
Thank you. Ms. Kim.
You're muted.
Ms. Kim, we cannot hear you.
My apologies.
Turn over.
Thank you. All right. So to close today's submission, I've submitted 2 points with respect to issue C and issue D. We submit that the broader dispute resolution clause in the Yemen-UK BIT can be imported and incorporated through the MFN clause contained in the China-Yemen BIT. Applying interpretation of the relevant terms of the BIT in line with the CLT, which requires looking into both the treaty text and also its preamble. Claimant submits that the China-Yemen BIT contains an MFN provision which applies to all aspects of treatment, including settlement of disputes. Mr. Choi mischaracterizes claimant's position when it challenges claimant's use of the term rights or substantive procedural rights. What claimant is arguing is that the proper reading of the MFN standard should be applied to both substantive and procedural rights, which is the right to dispute settlement, and we are not referring to the right to the MFN standard. And claimant submits that it is entitled to benefits from the more favorable provisions of UK MMBIT permitting dispute resolution under ICSID. With respect to issue D, claimant's claims arise of a protected investment both under the ICSID Convention and the China MMBIT. Claimant's investment falls under every kind of asset and capital. This definition is broad enough to cover all the forms of investment contributed by claimant in relation to this project, as demonstrated before. The facts regarding employment of know-how was specifically provided in the facts that were given by the BUCG award. And Mr. Choi's argument regarding the subcontractor's involvement qualifying as investment is also irrelevant, because claimant submits that as long as the subcontractors satisfy the BIT and ICSID threshold for the definition of investment, then there's no reason why not their investment qualifies as such. And in this case, claimant is arguing that claimant's investment satisfies both BIT and ICSID requirements. In claimant's investment, claimant's rights acquired under the contract, together with all plant, equipment, and materials imported by claimant in connection with its works, as well as the bank guarantees, falls under the investment definition of the BIT and also under the ICSID Convention. I do note that the facts regarding the bank guarantees are not fully provided under the fact patterns that we were given, but the Delos instructs us to make or draw reasonable inferences from the facts given. So the claimant submits, by the fact that there were bank guarantees issued in relation to the project, it is reasonable to infer that the claimants paid some amount, if not substantial amount, given the amount of the contract price, the commission was paid to the bank in relation to this project. Further reasons submitted, claimant respectfully requests the tribunal to dismiss the respondent's jurisdiction objections in their entirety and order the parties to proceed to a hearing on the merits of claimant's claims. Thank you, and it has been my honor to have made this submission before you today. That ends my closing submission.
Thank you, counsel. We will now bring this oral argument to a close, and the tribunal will do some deliberating. We'll come back. Yes. 6 o'clock. Do we stay here or do we leave? Thank you.
Yeah. I'm in reflection mode. It's always like that. After you finish one of these, it just
All right. Are we back? The tribunal spent most of the time deliberations on whether we should have ties or not, because everyone is so genuinely so good and very close. It was just a delight to hear you all, but we decided that no, we should, as we have to do in real cases, make an actual decision. So in the same order that we went through today, and we're going to give reasons and feedback after I announce the winning. For cross-examination, we put Rebecca first. And sticking with the, congratulations, sticking with the Rebeccas, we also put Rebecca at the expert first for your on oral submissions with emphasis, particularly on the closings. We had the respondents team first, even giving consciously giving a handicap for how much harder it is to do it remote when others are in the room. So and I am going to invite Sapna. Why don't you start?
So as our presiding arbitrator said, these were really tough decisions. The quality of advocacy was very high and the decisions were very close. And we did talk about potentially offering ties as well, but I don't think we were allowed. So just really quick feedback on cross-examination. Both of you, Rebecca and Gavin, had great styles. You were in control. You knew exactly where you were going. That's great for a tribunal. Gavin, great signposting. Rebecca, your pace was a little bit fast. So maybe slow down a little bit and maybe a little bit more signposting may have worked. But I do also appreciate that you were both working under time pressures. So not very realistic when I sort of look at the paces you had. I don't think there's much for me. Don't forget to listen. Gavin, at one point there was some gold dust that you got from the expert. I think she admitted that a company that specialized in the food industry would be comparable. But I know what it's like when you're cross-examining. Sometimes you're so focused on your questions that you might miss a few nuggets. So just a reminder to listen. That is it for me. Just both of you remember, do let the witness finish, particularly virtually. What will happen if you try and talk over the witness is that the tribunal can't hear anyone and they get quite irritated. So do let witnesses finish, because that tends to be something that can irritate tribunals a little bit. I don't have anything to add.
I have very little to add, but I did want to pick up on the point about deliberate pacing in the context of cross-examination. And I think there's a point, and it's especially hard done virtually, about really checking that the tribunal the documents, that the tribunal in fact has the right thing in front of them. That's much easier in person because you can just about see what they have in front of them. Virtually, they could be checking their email, and it's deeply disconcerting. But you can ask the question, you know, deliberately pause and check that the tribunal is with you. I think about myself not quite in the place in the report or the appendix, so I emphasise that. I should have begun by emphasising where Sapna began, which is when I thought the crossover outstanding.
And I'll add just a few things. Gavin, I thought you were really effective with using your hands, actually. Basically kept saying costs up, valuation down. That had a good impact, and you made good use of your screen sharing to actually put up the real spreadsheets. And you did it quickly, it didn't slow things down. I like the Rebecca, one thing I made a note about how much I liked that you said at the beginning, well, let's get right to the heart of the differences. We jumped right in. One of the things that we as experienced arbitrators, I think, know is I was very intrigued that you clearly had different strategies for what you were going to do with the transcripts after, if in real life, after your crosses, because Rebecca was a bit more methodical. She was going to, you know, tear down the witness a bit on whole method, move through slowly, but Gavin, I think you were setting up for a bigger attack on the bottom line number at the end. They're both very effective. I don't think I could have done that under this pressure. Well done.
I do think, Gavin, just to pick up on something Lucy just said, your use of the vernacular was really effective. The secret incentive scheme stuck with me.
The 80 million.
And the plan was hatched in whatever year it was, 2019, were nice turns of phrase. I think.
I like that. Definitely like secret incentive payment. Just be a little bit careful about calling the expert my expert. At the end of the day, it's, you know, we're just mouthpieces, and it's quite good to have some distance. So I normally wouldn't even say my client's expert, payments expert sponsor, but that's fine. But just be a little bit careful about that.
His or her name.
Yes, safer.
In terms of our experts, one looking.
In terms of experts, I thought it was an extremely close call. I thought you were both outstanding. I thought you were both quite controlled and reassuringly controlled. You were saying yes or no when you should say yes or no, but I think not selling the farm in doing so, which was positive. And as I say, I did find it an extremely close call. Rebecca, I thought there was perhaps an additional air of reality to your testimony, and I say that with caution because of course there was. You were sitting in front of me, and I recognized the greater difficulty of testifying virtually, but I think you were somewhat less controlled than your counterpart, but that actually added some more reality to it. You offered a bit more to your yes or no answers, which I certainly found helpful. So those are some observations.
Connected to that, this is something that we all should pay attention on for hybrids and remote hearings going forward. We had the benefit, Rebecca, of you're looking at us. You were asked some tough questions and you looked at us in an explanatory tone to say, here's what it is. And that doesn't come across very easily, at least on these kinds of screens that we're using. So as arbitrators, we have to keep these in our minds in real cases when we evaluate.
Yes, very tough decision, experts, you're very close. Just one point I would say, Jerome, the lighting was not great for you and the camera angle was we were looking up at you. These things actually are quite important. So if you did have to give evidence in a real scenario, really think about your lighting, your camera, make sure we can see you face on, because when you're giving answers, we're assessing your credibility, how you come across, body language, all of these things that we don't even do consciously. And it's really helpful if we can see you really well, with good lighting and a good camera angle. So yeah, just one tip on that.
Oralists, submissions?
Oral submissions. I was impressed. I've made a point a few times about being deliberatively paced. I do think that the two counsel for the respondent were more deliberately paced than counsel for the claimant, and I found that somewhat easier, therefore, to engage with your submissions where you were. And I think that's related to a structure for me. I was always clear about the architecture of your submissions. And I would say I was generally clear about the architecture of the claimant submissions, but somewhat less so. You all had a pretty active tribunal, and I thought you all an admirable job dealing with questions. I thought we were all really struck by how open you were in our relentless questioning. And I did want to make a point that a couple of you on a couple of occasions ended your answer to one of our questions with, did that answer your question? Which is a dangerous question to ask, as you heard from Lucy's answer to it's having been asked once. I don't have a better solution except just stopping and moving on. Really, you might judge where the tribunal is with you or not. You could certainly ask, is there anything further? But does that answer your question? I would be reluctant to use unless you get in a mind.
Very high quality again of the advocacy. These were tough issues and there were very tough questions from the tribunal. I thought that all of you dealt with the questions admirably. Good use of slides by those joining us remotely. They're quite useful, I think, when you're going through a lot of text. But don't forget to stop screen sharing from time to time so that we can have you filling up our screens and we can have some engagement with you. You don't want to miss out on that because you're already missing out on the in-person experience, and advocacy is really two-way communication. So good use of slides, but don't forget that we also want to see you and engage with you, so you can stop screen sharing from time to time. But no, great job to all of you on a case that involves some really complex, difficult issues with no easy answers.
I underscore what Sapna said. I actually don't think it was that good use of slides, in the sense to always have a slide up in front of us and then a little teeny tiny face. And there would have been more impact if you said, here's Article 10.2, look at it, take it down. Here's the relevant section of the Vienna Convention, put it up, take it down. So I think that hurt a little bit the sense of communication that we had with you. Pushkar, I wrote down a sentence you used, which I thought is superb advocacy on one of your issues, when you said, look, we took it as a commercial risk and we suffered a commercial loss. That was very powerful, that kind of. I think, Dave, there's no doubt that to make you do this in the middle of the night, starting at 1 in the morning, was a handicap, but you have to be careful about changing your tone of voice. There's a bit of you can see from eyes, which happens on remote a lot, that you were reading text, and that keeps you away from talking to and with the tribunal. But the arguments were very well organized and they flowed very well. I still haven't figured out if that fork in the road argument works. I know this case very well, and I've got to go back to it.
The tribunal thought it did.
And you avoided my Belt and Road question, by the way, which I thought was pretty direct question about Chinese national interest. And my question about isn't construction projects. That's not what governments do. Anyway, thank you all. Thank you all. I know in moods, the judges always say, oh, everyone was so good, everyone was so good, but they don't really mean it. But here, we really mean it. You're clearly the finalists for a reason. Absolutely excellent and a pleasure to hear you. Well, it's a long afternoon and I never lost attention. So, and it would be remiss not to thank you, Julie and Hafez and others for running this program. So thank you.
Applications, oh, wow. Applications will open in December. So if you have any questions, please reach out. Oh my goodness, before we move on to drinks, I'd like to thank, sorry,